Okay, the State Board will reconvene and with a flag salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first order of business is I'm going to have a brief report from the new Chief Deputy of the State CDE, and so Glenn Price has a few remarks.
Well, thank you, President Kirsten. Superintendent Torgerson made a pretty extensive report yesterday, so I don't have much to add to that, except for two things. I think one, extremely germane to the conversation of today, I really wanted to announce the superintendent's formation of the Accountability and Continuous Improvement Task Force. I'm delighted to see this work moving forward. This is a task force that's being formed in relationship to the requirements for the superintendent to report back to this board and the legislature under AB 484. And we've had a tremendous response to the folks that we've asked to get involved. It's being co-chaired by AXA Executive Director Wes Smith and CTA President Eric Hines. And there's a full list of members up on the CDE Foundation website. The CDE Foundation will also be providing logistical and organizational to the support to the task force as it gets going. And the response of stakeholders to getting involved has really been sensational. So we're really looking forward to their work. There's also a good summary of what the task force will be doing. Really critically, I want to just be clear that one thing that it will not be doing is trying to repeat or in any way get out of alignment with the work that the State Board is doing in this area, which is obviously setting the foundation and providing all the goalposts moving forward. So the two key deliverables of the task force will be, one, to develop this set of recommendations that I referred to, but then secondly, also to take a look at what President Kurz has been calling the underbrush of our accountability system. So take a little bit of a look internally and see where are all the places where the former accountability system is reaching its arms into our operations. And I would say one of those relates to the conversation that we were having yesterday around how we look at and how we approve charters, for example. But there's many ways where our former API system kind of reaches in, and we want to look at those and make some recommendations about how to move forward. So delighted to see this work moving forward, and we're reporting back regularly, and there'll be involvement from board staff as we're moving forward as well. The second item is a little bit more bittersweet. It's my sad duty to report to everyone that our CDE staff person, Amy Cameron, who has been working in super positive and high outcome way with the board and the department and her role helping to support board meetings and our operations in conjunction with the board, is going to be leaving us. This will be her last board meeting working in this capacity, and she's leaving to join the California Conservation Corps. So while we're delighted for the California Conservation Corps and all the awesome work that they do in the state of California, we're sad to see her go. So I'd just like to ask everyone to join me in giving Amy a warm of applause.
Stand up, please. Stand up.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, and also joining us a little bit late yesterday was Board Member Licone, and so I would like her to report since we did the SPE priorities yesterday.
Thank you. The Child Nutrition Advisory Committee had held a meeting on August 10th, and they discussed the Medi-Cal project, which is a project that automatically enrolls students whose parents are eligible for SNAP or Medi-Cal into the free and reduced program. So it eliminates the application process, ensuring that they're automatically enrolled and that we're expanding the reach of the program for students that need it. We also have 371 school applications were accepted for the fresh fruit and vegetable program. So $12.2 million have been allotted for schools to really implement and pilot this program at their sites. I also attended the Better School California Teacher Summit at Cal State Long Beach. I understand there was about 15,000 teachers across the state. It was a mini ed camp model, which is called an unconference model, where they don't have sessions that are pre-scheduled. Teachers are assigned to a room. They brainstorm on the topics they want to cover, and If the two topics that have the highest tally are not of your interest, you simply move to another room. And the conversation is really led by the teachers. So it garners the collective expertise of teachers. I really enjoyed it. Common Core, SBAC, other topics were hot on the radars, but I think that people were really moving towards problem solving and not just sitting there problematizing the issues. So it was a really good experience for my husband and I. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, today we have one item, but it's going to roll out in 5 distinct parts with 5 attachments for us to, that we've been able to look at in advance. And so this is an information item, item 14, on the California State Accountability System, including an update on the LCFF evaluation rubrics. But item 14 will also provide an update on our overall transition to a new accountability system with LCFF as the foundation and the LCAP and the annual updates, but going beyond that in this discussion today, beyond the LCFF. And so we will also discuss new systems of support and intervention through the county offices of education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and we're going to schedule in the future FCMAT, who does management audits, and I think the board should hear from them on how they operate. And the board will also discuss in item 14 recommendations to eliminate the academic performance index and the alignment of the school accountability report card with the LCFF priorities. So as we know, the development of evaluation rubrics under LCFF, that timeline to adopt the rubric by the State Board of Education has been extended to October 2016. So this is an information item, and we're going to start then with Nancy Brownell as presenting the first attachment, SBE guiding principles as a framework for a new accountability system. So this will be the first of 5 attachments that you have seen in terms of the presentations for the attachment.
Good morning, everyone. Nancy Brownell from the State Board staff. Agenda 14, item 14 is a very content-rich item. As you well know, we've tried to include a lot of the dimensions for conversation and discussion in this item and to take a look at how the implementation pieces are fitting together related to LCFF and other existing accountability mechanisms. So in attachment 1, we do reference the August information memo that included an analysis of the existing components of accountability, both fiscal and academic, and their alignment to the state priorities as part of a background document for this item, and that some of those references are included in this attachment. Student assessment results really will be central to the new accountability system, while in the development both of the rubrics and accountability, assessment is a part of the multiple measures. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about assessment because we're just recently getting results and how those might fit in. But notably, while many of the metrics identified for the LCFF and LCAP implementation are much more focused on secondary education, the use of the assessment results eventually will really provide another piece of the picture related particularly to grades 3 through 8, as well as grade 11 and the examination of other measures within the context of local and state accountability pieces. The content of this item is really intended to continue the conversation about what will be the important components of an accountability system as we transition going forward. So as you note in attachment 1, the information here includes a matrix that builds on a similar matrix from the August memo that takes a look at, given the board's guiding principles for transitioning to a new accountability system, what of the existing fiscal, academic components that are in place line up with the principles and with the goals to strengthen teaching and learning, to build the capacity of teachers and school leaders, and largely the systems at the school, the district, and the state agencies to move towards continuous improvement. So all of the dimensions of accountability are really subsumed in the state priorities, the guiding principles, and of course the existing components related to LCAPs, the LCFF implementation, the evaluation rubrics, and the other dimensions of resources, accountability components. And we looked at all of those to try to say, how do these look given where we are right now in our process? So building on the conclusions of the August memo, right, the initial look when we examined what's in place against the state priorities, the majority of the existing components align to the state priorities. The school accountability report cards will need to be modified and changed to better align. And of course, as President Kearse mentioned, the academic performance index is, as a single metric, will need to be changed. This attachment tried to take a look then at some of the same components and say what is aligned with the guiding principles from the state board, what is misaligned, and where are there gaps that may need to be filled as we move toward developing a more comprehensive implementation plan for moving to new accountability system. So we initially looked at the same parts that were looked at in the August memo: the Williams settlement information, high school grad requirements, charter petitions, annual independent audits, the school accountability report card, the API, and the alternative schools accountability model, right? Those pretty much align to the guiding principles within the context of some gaps, and again, API being the one that is probably most significant, but also the alternative schools model was built around a different set of expectations. In addition, for the guiding principles, we also looked at LCAPs, annual updates, support and technical assistance to be provided by the collaborative, the state superintendent, and of course all the work that's underway currently with county offices of education in support to their districts. And we're going to hear from the county offices as part of attachment 3. The conclusions, again, as noted in the item itself, says many of these are aligned to the guiding principles as part of the beginnings moving toward new accountability. So the majority do align. The academic performance index and the alternative schools model are not as aligned and would need some fine-tuning or some elimination. And there are some identified gaps. For example, the school accountability report card doesn't necessarily provide all of the alignment to the dimensions of the guiding principles. And state priority, for example, implementation of standards, right, which is central to districts' work on their LCAPs. What would that mean in the context of accountability? And some further exploration of that moving forward would be an important part of the conversation and the implementation over the next year or more. So with that, the items in the chart take the guiding principles and provide a little more detail around this alignment, misalignment, gaps to be filled, with quite a distinctive set of conclusions reached on pages 7 and 8 of attachment 1 that are probably very important parts to be considered as we move forward to develop a more comprehensive implementation plan. So on that note, I'll try to answer any questions you might have about attachment 1.
Board member questions on this? We will have public comment, by the way, at the end of all 5 attachments, and we'll get it all out there and then have public comment. But right now, board questions, reactions to Member Burr.
Thank you, President Kirst. So just a statement first of appreciation to both the board staff and the department staff for pulling this all together, because I know it's a lot of work. And both the August memo as well as the table that you mentioned, Nancy, I think help kind of pull together all of these different pieces. Way back when, if you roll back the tape before we started with LCFF and we were talking about weighted student formula, one of the concerns that folks had about moving to a very flexible system was, how are people going to be held accountable? And I, for one, said, we have lots of accountability mechanisms, but they're sort of scattered all over, whether it's annual audits or teacher monitoring, or it's everywhere throughout the education code. So to try to pull it together and say, here's what we have that address accountability, but even more importantly, in the context of our conversation over the last several months, here's how they align to the principles that we've talked about, is great to me. And so it's very helpful to have that, and I encourage everybody to kind of look at that. I hope it's a little bit of a one-stop shop, if you will. But a couple of things have emerged. The one that we've sort of danced around, but now we say very explicitly is we don't need the API anymore. Even though the API is called out as a metric in the 8 state priorities, the components of the API are also articulated. Dropout rate, graduation rate, and again, test scores. People keep sort of missing that. We haven't talked a lot about test scores because they just are coming out, and we'll know more about it. But that's going to be central to it. So the old notion of a single number, which I think we've all talked a lot about, doesn't make any sense anymore. So I think we just need to lay that out there and be really clear about that. That seems to make sense to try to move away from that, and I appreciated Glenn's opening comments about that as well. But the second thing, and you touched on it at the end of your remarks, are the sort of recommendations, if you will, or bullet points about how do we move forward. And I appreciate the board staff is saying we really need an implementation plan that addresses all of those things that are articulated on pages, I think you said 7 and 8 of the attachment. Because again, it's sort of a comprehensive approach. What are these various things we need to work through so that we're crystal clear to the field about what the new accountability system encompasses, which is much more than even the multiple measures. It's building capacity and for the professionals in the field to be able to implement it. So anyway, just my appreciation. Again, want to kind of emphasize the chart as well as pages 7 and 8 moving forward, and for us to be prepared that in November we will see a more specific kind of implementation plan.
Okay, Board Member Strauss is next.
So, Nancy, thank you again, and for the ongoing kind of moving the ball down the field. It's really helpful. As a school district practitioner, the idea of alignment just speaks to me as one of many of us who've filled out school SIPSAs and LCAPs and LEA plans. And so I know we've talked, and Sue and I both talked about needing to do alignment. And you've talked about the gaps, and I so appreciate that with the SARC, which I know we're working on. And I guess I have a couple of questions in the area of plan alignment. I'm sure we'll have a lot of comments as we move forward throughout the morning. But I wondered what CDE's plan, because I thought there was a couple people in CDE, maybe more, who are working on plan alignment. And so I'm wondering all those things that come to mind, and maybe more that I'm not even thinking of. What's the plan, or do you know, I know you're state board staff too, but what's the plan? Maybe Glenn knows about what, or Carrick, sorry, he's smiling. All right, come up forward, Carrick. So I think for us here on the board and also for the field who's following this, still doing one more document, one more requirement. We talked about having things populate across, having reduced redundancy. So on all the plan alignment, sort of what the work, where you are in it, and what we might see. Would we have a report at our board meeting in November of kind of where we are? Okay.
Right. So Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and District School and Innovation Branch. Thank you, Michelle. So most of the legwork, if you will, is done in terms of plan alignment. There are details, but in terms of looking at what the current federal law requires in terms of district plans versus how it compares to where we want to go, where we are with local control accountability plans, that analysis has been done. So part of that is really waiting to see if we get reauthorization sooner rather than later, right? If it's sooner, then the job's a little different than if we seem to be, pardon the expression, stuck with NCLB for a couple of more years if it's not reauthorized. So we have two different paths here depending on if we get reauthorization sooner rather than later. But the ultimate goal, of course, is for the federal government to recognize that what we're doing here in California with local control accountability plans and the measures that go along with that is in line with what they want, right? They too would like districts to be doing this type of strategic planning with some specific targets and goals. It's not articulated in NCLB, but I think if we can make that argument to them, then I think we can be successful in doing that. We just have to wait maybe a little more for another month to see if we'll actually have reauthorization because the strategy changes. Then on the state level, right, we've got we have an education code that for the single plan for student achievement that again was put into code a number of years ago prior to where we are now. And that is within the control of the state, and we don't need to wait for NCLB to align that better. So, but that is a legislative process that I think we need to start engaging in. The same would go with the SARC. Again, the major legwork is done there, but there's a legislative fix that needs to happen for that alignment to take place.
So do you think that in November we could get an update of kind of where we are? You'll have a little bit further down the road on NCLB, but also at least for district people who are working on SARC from last year's reporting now, and just to get a sense of how we're starting to think about putting school plans and LCAPs and all the local things that districts have to do.
Right. So if what you're suggesting, if what I'm hearing is what you're suggesting is next board meeting, one of these attachments addresses that issue, that's certainly possible.
Board Member Licone.
I agree that we don't need an API. This is going back to, yes, thank you. But I do think that we need a concise way to measure school performance across the state. And I think that is what API gave us as parents, as stakeholders. So what are we thinking of? If we're eliminating API, which I agree, how will we capture that, the multiple measures, so that we know how does this school fare in comparison to another school?
That's a very good question. I think part of the thinking is in a multiple measure system where we're looking beyond a single number. And I had the pleasure of meeting with a group of parents this week, about 30 parents from a couple of schools, to talk about smarter balanced concepts and how those parent reports might be assisting them. And the question they asked repeatedly was, well, what about this idea of a single number? And so I think when Janelle talks a little bit about the rubrics, if we think about dimensions of the state priorities that focus on achievement, on conditions for learning, on engagement at multiple levels, what would a system look like that provided a range of information across several topics that both at the local level and I think at the state level said, here's some areas of strength, here's some areas that need additional work. And in looking at data, there's a possibility to see, well, in like schools, here's some of what the picture looks like for them. Look, they're strong here, less strong here. So while a single number will not be a way of probably gauging that, it's really looking, I think, at the content across the state priorities with specific information that helps schools and districts take a look at where they are and perhaps in this larger concept of technical assistance and continuous improvement, here's some places where they have similar populations. They're doing some interesting work that seem to be having more success. So what that dashboard of information might look like, I think both the department's work and the work on the rubrics will, I think, help us get to being able to articulate a strong picture that doesn't revolve around a single number.
Go ahead.
So I have a follow-up question. In looking at that dashboard, I think one of my concerns would be how accessible is that information? How can a parent digest that in a very clear way? And again, that was one of the benefits that we had under our API. The other question would be, if we're providing supports, if we're identifying the needs of the areas in need of improvement, and we're providing the appropriate support, at what point does accountability come in?
Right, and that's part of the building the system that indicates from the LCFF perspective, right, there in statute, it's pretty clear that over a period of time, subgroups and schools not making progress indicates that there's a more intense need for technical assistance. On the other hand, a district can self-select to say, hey, we're not as happy with our results, we'd like to connect with our county office, to the collaborative, but that sort of, where are the specific indicators, and again, at what points might it trigger more intense need for technical assistance is part of, I think, what has to be developed in much more detail.
Let me follow up on that, on this question here, and then we'll go to Member Burr. I think we need to differentiate in the discussion of the rich array of data that locals need to use for the LCAP and their annual updates, and that might be used for making a final decision on intervention, from more summary statistics that would be statewide, easier, a different audience, and I think that's part of what the board member Lacone's talking about, so that we would have this robust data set locally for local use in many cases, perhaps for use in state intervention, probably. But then there would be some kinds of more aggregate, not aggregate, a limited number of indicators that are produced statewide.
Yes.
Now, CDE already has some things on their website. And Glenn, can you tell people where that is again? People ought to look at that because it's not complete and it doesn't have all the data we want or they want, but it's got a snapshot.
Sure, it's right. If you go right into the CDE homepage, you can link into, on the right-hand side under What's New, there's a link that says New LCFF Snapshot Available, and that'll link you to the report that Superintendent Torlakson was talking about yesterday.
So that's a work in progress. It doesn't have the test scores yet because they weren't there. But it is something that, and it's a prototype. It's really not what, we haven't adopted this in any formal manner. But so I think there's there's this criticism I read in Education Week, and I think it shows the confusion. If you try and use all of the indicators we want to help the locals with, it's going to be an overload, and it may actually confuse people, and they'll get lost in the detail. So I see a two-tier system. Could you comment on that?
Well, I would agree that there is a need at the local level for both local and state metrics that provide guidance in developing how districts are assessing their progress on their actions and services and their needs and support for students in relationship to the results that they're getting with their students. That's a wide array of local and state efforts that is currently underway all over the state. I think the conversations have been then how would we develop an accountability system that is selective around a few key indicators and associated metrics in the language that we're using in the evaluation rubrics that would allow everyone to sort of step back and look at a few of the measures from a statewide perspective. And I know those discussions have been going on as to both with the department and with state board staff about fewer significant ones that would paint a picture for accountability that may include some of the ones that are being used at the local level, but it's the avoiding the 46 ways to fail option that we've lived through over the last 10 years.
Yeah, and so few won't be one. That's what we're saying. But it won't be this the array that we would want to have locals look at and that they would prepare on their own because their LCAP objectives differ across the districts a great deal, and as they should. So, okay, that's helpful to me, Board Member Burr, and then Board Member Holliday.
Just to respond to Member Licon, that, and not jumping ahead, but I like to get to the punchline. When we get to attachment 3, which I know Janelle is going to talk about, there are some examples in there of what a dashboard might look like, and it will give some signals, color-wise or verbiage-wise, of yes, you're improving, no, you're not, you're maintaining, or here's how you look kind of in the total, which hopefully would be a kind of helpful document, especially for parents. But I also wanted to say, and we haven't talked a lot about this, but this is what will guide ultimately the collaborative and the SPI in terms of identifying LEAs that really have done as much as they possibly can, but they're still struggling. And I'm looking at Brooks because he can actually quote the statute, but it's very specific about you don't do well over a certain number of indicators with a certain number of subgroups over a period of time. So again, it's not a single year, it's not a single number, but it's recognizing that you got to give LEAs time to do what they're supposed to do on behalf of students, the best possible job. But if they don't get there within this definition, then they will be referred to the collaborative, or they will be referred to the SPI for additional assistance in helping to meet those outcomes. So there are parameters. It's not like this is just open-ended and we're going to let people go for 10 years not doing the right thing.
I think the other hope this morning is when the core districts, when Mike Hansen comes up in terms of attachment 2, that we have some districts that have been trying out a different kind of model, and part of the reason for them coming today is to have them share what they're learning as a result of being a little bit ahead of the game. So between their model and what's included in the rubrics, I think that will provide some additional help in the conversation.
Okay, let me just, I know you're waiting, I just wanted to comment to clarify the prior conversation, sorry. So there is a difference, and I want to comment on the Member Burr's comments. I'm trying to think this through myself. Okay, there's one indicator, API, and then there are a few indicators. The CDE website is an example of that. Then I would call the one, and you may see if you agree with me, Member Burr, the one that is in attachment 3 that WestEd has prepared. That's a broader array. That's several. That's sort of based on the Alberta, Canada. So that's more than a few. That's several. And then fourth, there's many, which are the kinds of things that we're going to produce locally. So I don't know where we're all going on this. But I'm trying to, in my mind, sort these through into categories and batches, if you will. And now I've got 4, and there's an argument. That do we need 4 different batches, if you will, and then secondly, it is 4 too much? Do we need? There's an argument. Do we need several, which is what you'll see in attachment 3, or just collapse several into few? So and as I listen to the various viewpoints out there, that's what I'm hearing. So that's Board Member Holliday.
So I agree that there needs to be a dashboard, executive summary, if you will, of all this data and information. The parents and teachers and others, community members, can easily and quickly sort of understand the health of this school and how they're doing in terms of supporting the kids. But I worry about a couple of, Nancy, by the way, your presentation is excellent, and I've learned so much just listening to how you phrase things. But when you said we may single out a few, that concerns me. It's not picking one or two or three primary indicators as much as having this, in the fourth group, all these indicators channeled into 2 or 3 categories. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So by choosing a few, we sort of eliminate the importance of all these others. But instead, if all the other indicators can somehow change the speedometer here and change the oil pressure here and change that, I think is what we want. So that when they look at the dashboard, it's not based on 1 or 2 or 3, but it's based on all of the indicators and how they affect the gauges. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I think the core presentation today does what you're talking about, and not that I'm saying they've got it all right and they may have, but they have collapsed it, and they even end up with a single number, which troubles some of us. But so they start broad, and then they collapse it from the broad to the few, and then they have a single number with an arrow. You're going up or going down. So that's what they want as a local group of districts, and they should have it. And they are responding to the U.S. Department of Education since they're under a waiver authority. But it's a good, it's a good example of what you're talking about. So they roll them up, if you will. Yeah. All right. Okay, I guess we're ready now for the attachment 2.
Attachment 2 provides 2 different examples of local approaches to accountability. We have the opportunity to hear from Michael Hansen, the superintendent of Fresno, on the School Quality Improvement Index that the core districts have established. And with him today, I believe, is Rick Miller as well, to talk a little bit about what they're learning in their development, just as, again, a good opportunity for us to hear from them. And then secondly, we will have Peter Birdsall and Dave Gordon from CSESA and from the county offices to talk about the local technical assistance work that's underway and how the counties are learning from year 2 of LCAP reviews and year 1 of annual updates in the technical assistance expectations. So if Mike and Rick would come up. And the PowerPoint is loaded and we'll get it up on the screen. You have about 20 minutes and then lots of questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, President Kirst, members of the board. As soon as we get this loaded.
Do you know where it is?
Okay.
So I should do it.
You shouldn't do anything. Good call.
Exactly.
Rick. Just so if it's I don't know which one.
She's right in front of me, sorry. That's okay.
Right there, dead center. Okay. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. And Rick and I are very pleased to be here on behalf of the core districts and the students that we represent. I will humbly present to you where we think we are right now and what we think we've been able to get accomplished so far in core, and also be very clear about things that we think we've made mistakes on that we think can help inform, and talk about some potential areas of growth. Rick will jump in and bookend on this. I want to clarify the record. It sounded like President Kirst at some point said core and had something right. I don't think you meant it exactly like that, so I want to make sure I amend the record, because we're the first to say we're not sure we've got this as right as we want it to be. Thank you, though. Yes, a lesson. Yes, so thank you for that. So, and I'm also just going to say to anybody viewing in Fresno, if you've taken bets on time today, I will be a lot shorter than you think I'm going to be. So, because they are betting on it. So just a quick review on who CORE is for everybody watching and those here today. We are 10 districts in California working with some very significant student populations, and you see on the right-hand side or left-hand side of the chart, we're a good percentage of the California public school students, and you see on the right-hand side what makes up the 1.1 million students in CORE: Los Angeles, Long Beach, Fresno, San Francisco, Santa Ana, Oakland, Sacramento, Garden Grove, Clovis, and Sanger. And that's important because we take that work around those millions plus students very seriously. On this next slide, you'll be, let me just give you a caveat, I will not be going over these slides in great detail because there's just too much information on all of this. This is kind of a boiled down version of 2 years worth of work that we've put together, and so we want to highlight some things that are important. As you take a look at this slide on the School Quality Improvement Index, you'll see the two big domains in the boxes under college and career ready, saying academic domain and the social, emotional, culture, climate domain. It's already been said, but we want to reemphasize it again. A single test score is not the way that our kids learn. It's not the way our communities orient. It's not the way teachers teach. It's not the way our schools operate. It's actually not the student experience at all. So in these different areas of achievement, as measured by our end-of-year statewide exam, it's necessary and important, and we're fully behind that. But also having growth over time on those achievement measures matter tremendously as well. And being able to measure and track and talk with students and families about that are huge points for us. Those are two big areas. The third big area for us is making sure that our students are on track to graduate all the way through the pipeline. And we'll explain to you one mistake and kind of readjustment we made there. So that means high school readiness matters a lot. And then tracking all the kids all the way through, making sure they're on target to graduate high school matters is the third area. The area of social emotional work we're going to talk a little bit about in just a few minutes, and then the culture and climate domain we think actually gives a great picture when you think about all five of those with some indicators that attach, does a pretty decent job of describing the whole child as best we can, or probably as closely as we should try for the purposes of a system, because I'll just leave it there. What we'll say is that we started this by gathering dashboards from our districts because all the districts had something going at some point in working with their boards in their local community. And what we wanted to do is honor, as we started to build this thing out, what we know matters in local communities. As I've said before I move off this slide, this is a more accurate depiction of what a student life is like, what a classroom life is like, a grade level, a school, a district, a community. So the couple of boxes you see down below the guiding principles are very clear here for us. I think I first heard this from Jeff Edmonston from Cincinnati and Strive. Using information and data as a flashlight, not a hammer, is a huge shift in the world of accountability systems. It's one that we absolutely think has to happen, or we re-enter a very dark period, and we're going to miss a huge opportunity to make some dramatic changes in the way we operate our schools and support our youth. So info as a flashlight, not a hammer, matters. Being much more holistic matters, as I've already outlined. You've heard us say this, but I'll say it again. We took our N size down for subgroups down to 20 instead of 100 where it existed in a lot of schools, and that just makes more students visible. Across the core districts, when we did the first run, that was another 150,000 students who came onto the playing field to be talked about. In my district alone, with 73,000 students, and you take out our kinder and our seniors who are not tested, we're testing about 60,000 kids or so. That was an additional 13,000 plus students in Fresno Unified that are now visible to be talked about. Because if your subgroup was too small for African Americans or English learners or whatnot, they just didn't get talked about. So that is a big thing that we think is critically important. And then finally, achievement scores matter, but growth matters to us probably even more. The last part on this slide is we did this through collaboration without thinking we had all the ideas. Core superintendents obviously play a very key role in describing what we're doing and how we're doing it in our local districts, but we were very quickly working with outside experts As you can see, with guidance even on our oversight panel, Access, CSBA, Ed Trust West, PACE, statewide PTA, and others, because we know we don't have it all and we need to have a better, more clear set of feedback around the work we're doing. This slide here will give you a sense of what it takes to make the cut, so to speak, into the core set of data that we are trying to track and use to for the purposes of improvement of students' education. And we stumbled probably early, and then we came upon these three words that matter a lot. Once we partnered with the experts, we did this really early on through our non-cognitive work. We were trying to find out what we would actually measure, if anything at all. And this was a big lesson learned for us, that anything you use, in our humble opinion, for a measure has to be measurable. You got to be able. You can't just talk about it being important. It has to be measurable. And if it's measurable, that's great. But if it's not actionable, measurable gets muted and becomes useless pretty quickly. Being measurable and actionable is great, and we've all been in rooms before where we've actually talked about things that are measurable and actionable, but really they're just not that meaningful. And so we don't want to put schools, teachers, principals, anybody in the position, students, of chasing improvement around something that just doesn't mean anything for a well-rounded education in the state of California. So this slide, I think, is really a big one for folks to keep in mind as we move forward, because it's substantive for the work we've done. Do not worry about this slide. I'm not going to cover these in great detail, other than to say we've chosen 3 of these to try to demonstrate a couple points of learning. This is a wordy slide, but every metric we are talking about in CORE has a story behind it. Not just at CORE board meetings, but in the field with our staff and in all different types of communications that we have. There's a story here. So chronic absence for us, we have set our number, as you can see, at 90%. We understand the conversation yesterday was different in the room here, and we're totally respectful of that. But for us, 90% was consistent with us bringing more kids onto the playing field. We weren't talking about an average. We were talking about 90% for all students, not just an average. Because when you start to average, when you average, students will get lost in that. And we didn't want to run at cross purposes to the big, strong move we made where we dropped our N size down to 20 to make kids more visible. We didn't want to start building in indicators or ways to measure things that would actually run counter to that strong move we thought we made. The next one down on high school readiness for 8th graders, we originally said graduation rate matters a great deal, but boy, we better do something before that or we're going to be in trouble. So we said, let's make sure our middle school kids make it through middle school and they're still with us when they get to the 10th grade. Sounded very reasonable until we ran the numbers. And we actually found we have a whole bunch of kids that actually make it through middle school into high school with no real hope of graduating. They just made it and they're marking time early in that high school career, but they're not on track to graduate. So we had to stop, retool, and go back and change our metric to say this needs to be about kids coming out of middle school all the way up to and through the 10th grade who are on target to graduate. It's a higher standard than just saying we've kept the kids for an extra year. In both of these first 2 examples, I would just point out that one of the things we are trying to do and hopefully modeling for others so that it's not such a scary thing as the state develops its new system, that leaning in and moving toward accountability is not, it's not as perilous as people would think. It is actually a good and strong and healthy move for us as public systems on the public dollar to be moving toward accountability in the terms of using it as a flashlight to set higher standards for ourselves because our taxpayers demand it of us. We have, I'll leave the redesignation alone for just right now just because I'm going to run a little bit short, but I will say at the bottom of the slide, please, everybody here and those viewing, please go to the core district's website, and you'll see a number of these kind of examples about how we made some decisions and why. All of them have a story, and all of them are leading us to higher levels of accountability, we believe. And that accountability, again, is not a hammer. It's around improvement. This slide I can be brief on. I like it. I like to talk a lot more about it, but I will be brief. So the scatter plot that you see here is middle school chronic attendance and the percentage of students suspended. So imagine a scatter plot like this that can tell you a number of things very quickly about any two data points. Right? We just happen to choose for this one middle school chronic attendance or absence, as well as the percentage of students who have been suspended. Sharing our information and sharing our data matters dramatically. It's why we have the partnership with the Gardner Center at Stanford to help us have a repository where core districts, if you're going to be part of this, you have to share your data. We agreed as a core board that that's going to be the way we do it. And I will just tell you as a superintendent, I have to know this. I need to know this in order to move our system. And I will just tell you a quick example from yesterday in my office. We had a nonprofit that we're able now, because we can do things like this, in partnership to push them to higher levels of support for our youth, where our nonprofit, who we're going to sign a contract with, is going to work at specific schools. They are going to work with only the students we designate, not from some other report, and it's our early intervention and identification system where a student is in the red zone, we call it the red zone, with attendance, behavior, and achievement all. So picture that kid in second grade. That's a tough place to be. So we say to the nonprofit, we need you. We will employ you and pay you on a contract, but you need to move that child in working with their family out of the red zone in all three of those areas. We're going to have 3 one-year agreements, renewable at the end of each year, and both of us can pull out at any time. But what's interesting about this is we even upped the ante in year 2 because we had data we could talk about and share and be clear with. And again, flashlight, not hammer. We said in year 2, on just the academics, because that's where they thought they were the strongest, in year 2, if we renew, year 2, we will give you half the money up front to work with the kids. After 1 year of getting your feet on the ground, you will get the second half of the money, the taxpayer dollars, if you've moved that child on the achievement scale. If you haven't, that's our agreement, right? So this kind of data allows us to get into all kinds of conversations that we think are going to be more productive. It's going to hold our community and others just as accountable to us as we are to the community, and we like that a great deal. This next one is meant to show you not a dizzying array of data points, but to show you first in the introductory line there that this is voluntary and this was done collaboratively. These set of indicators were come up in both those ways. We voluntarily did it and we collaboratively came up with it. And we understand that the state cannot collect some of this stuff. And I'm not standing here asking you to do that. It's there's beyond mandate laws and all the rest of that, some of this becomes too cumbersome, and there is a local control place that needs to be active. But we would not say that this is completely right. This is the way to go. But we would say this is the right way for the core districts to go right now, based on the conversations we've had and what we're trying to accomplish. These last 2 areas on social emotional skills and culture and climate, we're going to come back to and talk about just with a little bit more depth, and Rick may say a few things about it. And Noah Bookman is in the back who may be able to answer some questions too on this. But it is important that we have some initial data back on these 2, which are things that have not been measured, which some people have issues with us trying to make it part of an accountability model. In our world, accountability equals support for people. Accountability is our accountability as adults, our accountability to students to help make sure they are growing and developing as they should. So we have meaningful and significant correlation data that comes out of some of our early work there that we'll speak to quickly. Go ahead. This is where Rick takes over.
All right, well, let me just say, so this is an example of sort of the dashboard that President Kurz was talking about. So we have the data we showed before that is collected, and actually we have data use agreements, all of our districts, with Stanford University, the Gardner Center, and so they sort of take all our data, put it together, and then come out with meaningful results based on agreements we have. So this is an example of a dashboard that we would give out to schools and to districts. And so underneath you see, as Mike was talking about, you have some orange, you have some green, you have some directions of where people are going. So it helps you. You have some arrows on the right side. So at a glance, it helps you understand under each one of these areas how your school is doing and what progress you're making. It not only does it sort of for these main areas, but if you look at the next slide, it does it by subgroup. So we can look at every single subgroup across every measure we have and sort of see how your students are doing in each individual area. I think we've also passed around to you, I don't know if we had enough, but there's somewhere floating around is like a 60-page document that's the full report that would go to a principal that deeply gets into exactly every measure we collect, how your students are doing. So again, the idea here is to improve instructions, to give information to principals and teachers to allow them to help them in their classroom improve.
Just let me say one thing on that before you go. And so a very natural reaction to a report like this that we're going to give our principals or anybody in the state or anywhere else, especially when you're talking about accountability and they still think it's about a hammer, not the flashlight model that we're talking about. When they see any number of indicators that goes beyond a short list, they say it's undoable. It's way too much, we can't function. So I've been for a couple of years now talking with my leadership team and my principals in particular, and I use this line frequently. When they say, what's most important? What do you want us doing right now, boss? And I will say, it is always about everything, just not with equal intensity and focus. And so what I've been trying, and so I realized when I first started to say that, people focused on, oh my God, he does mean it's always about everything, and it's going to kill us. What I got them to focus on was the comma, right? Because it's that second half of the sentence that really matters, not with equal intensity and focus, meaning the data points that populate naturally during a school year or during a child's career, when they populate, they are important to be dealt with in that moment, in that week, in that month, in that semester. But then you make your plans, you do your move, and you move on, and more data comes along, right? You're not always looking at every single data point to try to do a plan updated week by week by week. You're using what's most important when it is important for a child's growth and development.
And of course, the idea here, if you see the sort of the red area, that we're trying to signal to these folks where the area they particularly need to pay attention to. And by the way, that full report that you have in front of you is also up on our website if anyone wants to go take a look at it. So the next part, though, so that is sort of this, as we were showing before, is for schools, for principals, and for teachers. And also we're going to present something for parents as well. So what you're seeing right here is actually we actually have a partnership with greatschools.org. And the main reason we went with Great Schools is they have incredible reach. People use it. I was amazed to find out that over half of the parents in LAUSD have been to Great Schools at least once, which was actually an amazing stat to me. So people are using it, although we didn't love the way that they had it. It was a single score and it was a focus on that. So this is, if you look at it, this is a current look at what a Great Schools site looks like, and we're in partnership with them. This is what it's going to look like when we release our information. So they are actually going to put a much more robust set of indicators up, focused on all these multiple measures, so parents can then have at their own information sort of a basic overview, at a dashboard, if you will, of lots of different measures. So we are trying to think about what parents and community members need, what teachers need, and what students need, and make sure that we have different levels based on it. And of course, anyone that wants it all, it's available for them and would be at all times. The other thing, too, that I think Michael's going to talk about is the growth model.
Yeah, and I'll just be relatively brief here. I think when people hear growth model, they immediately go back to, oh my gosh, this is LA Unified, this is teacher evaluations, this is all the stuff that's in the newspaper, this is the stuff from years and years ago that people are most worried about. It is exactly not that for us. It is about the growth and development of our youth. And I just say it as bluntly as I can. Our work in public school systems is about the growth and development of our youth. Academically, social-emotionally, on a whole bunch of different levels, we are trying to work day in and day out to get our kids to grow and develop in positive ways. And if we are not tracking that growth, I have a hard time with it, candidly, just as not just as a, well, as a superintendent, as a father of public school kids in my system, as a taxpayer. We've got about $68 billion going to this K-12 mechanism. We should be able to talk about the growth and development that we're making for kids across a number of spectrums. And if it's not great, it's not great. If it's great, wonderful. If it's not great, that shows us where we need to focus our energies in the true spirit of using it as a flashlight.
So to be clear, we're working with Education Analytics and giving them our SBAC data when we get it, and they are going to build for us a growth model based on SBAC, so we'll be able to see improvement along the way based on SBAC, and this is an example of what we will be able to provide.
Another one of the things that NOAA has helped bring to our attention are kind of these type of quick-hitting reports that we can take a look at. Again, these can be loaded with a number of different things, but you can just see very quickly here, if you are a low growth and a low achievement school and you're staying there, it's a problem. But also, you'll be able to, on this same chart, identify high achievement and high growth schools, or schools that are still low achieving but are making growth more quickly. So you can really start to find a partner.
I think that's also the key for us, is this notion of maybe relatively low achievement but high growth. That's something that we need to honor. We don't want to change a lot going on because they're obviously moving in the direction. The other thing this is going to highlight for us is those schools that may have high achievement but very low growth, and sort of a stagnant sitting there at a level that where they could improve more. And this will help us to push multiple places across the system.
So Rick will finish this slide, but I've referred to this already. There around the world of social emotional skills and some of that, and understandably there's some folks who are concerned about that being part of any kind of accountability model. And for me, accountability, when people think accountability equals adults, they think it's the hammer, and that's the equation we're trying to wipe away. We're trying to just be very clear and say accountability is using the flashlight to help our students grow. And it's candidly our most basic responsibility. So I'll let you finish this.
Yeah, so this issue of sort of social emotional skills or non-cognitive skills has been talked about a lot. We are the only group of districts that have a waiver, that only in the country that are looking at these as part of our model, because we ultimately believe it matters. Building growth mindset in children, self-advocacy, it matters, and it's part of what makes a great school, and it's part of what makes a student college and career ready. And so we wanted to include that as part of what we've done, and we've done a huge study of over almost 500,000 kids, and as a result, we have some of the greatest data that exists now in the country around these notions of social emotional learning, and we're getting good results back from our partners at Harvard, sort of saying that the correlations are strong and that it's an appropriate measure, even considering reference bias.
And this is going to sound, I don't know how this sounds, but I'm just going to say it anyway, because it matters here, because it just happened Sunday night. Tragically, early Saturday morning, Fresno lost another kid. I've lost 3 kids already this week, but one to gun violence, who was one of our phenomenal graduates, is still in the city, 18 credits shy of getting his college degree, on the sidelines with football program Friday night, and was murdered early Saturday morning. A candlelight vigil on the home campus Sunday night. 600-700 people are there, and as people spoke, coaches, in particular, our pastors and our clergy, they were actually calling for the community, schools, anybody who could help to actually be operating in this arena, right? Our kids need to know how to work differently and to work through issues, not just problem solving, but to be able to persist in hard times. And they were really talking the language of grit and in a very tragic setting. But part of what they were identifying and what they're tired of is that our communities with our kids are not armed because we've not taken this on and been explicit that it's something we need to be teaching and measuring some growth and helping kids get better at the game of life. Because for many of us, this is a game of life and death, and test scores matter, and we want kids to read, write, and do math and all the rest of that. It matters a lot. But things where we can build social capital for kids actually are life-changing events as well.
And so here's an example of what this might look like. So this is a growth mindset compared to GPA, although we can compare lots. We can compare self-efficacy or self-management to any of our things. But as you see, there's an important correlation here. So as you have a 0 to a 1 GPA or to a 2 GPA, your growth mindset tends to be the lowest and is the results we got back. And as you see a GPA of 3 to 4, you have the highest growth mindset. The nice thing about this is if it were 1 to 1, if it were exactly right, it would actually say it's measuring the exact, it's not helping you. But if it's way off, it actually wouldn't be correlated. So these results actually give us good reason to believe we're on the right track here of meaningfully having measures that we can pay attention to and change.
And then, well, you go ahead.
All right, so the main point I want to make here is that then after this all goes through, so after we have all this stuff of whatever accountability model looks like and the multiple measures that we consider, something happens then. And so if a school or if it is not making the progress you want them to be making, and we think that's an important part of the accountability, you want to actually have a place where you pay attention, and if things are not moving in the direction, there's some results of that. So we then enter into a plan, do, study, act cycle, and we pair schools together where you have a school that has done particularly well and a school that is struggling, and let them work together. We also perform community practice where folks are coming together around these actions. So we have a very specific intervention strategy, but the critical part for us is it really is, as Sue said, about building capacity. It's not about bringing someone from the outside to try to fix the system. It's working with teachers who are there, who are doing a great job, who can use a little more assistance and a little more professional development, and so we give that to them, but we give that to them mostly from other teachers who are the experts in the field, right? And we do believe it's by building capacity internally, focusing, that we're going to improve the system.
And I would just say this is critically important, and the pairing and the community of practice matters, but I also do not want to walk past what school districts, and especially my core partners that I know about, are doing. And other districts are doing this as well. I just know my core partners much more intimately on this point. They are spending tremendous amounts of energy, time, and resource to get their teachers and their principals together in new and different space, so that planning, looking at student work, assessment information, talking about the challenges kids are up against, so that they're able to do more of this in the normal course of their professional day. Our contract has changed dramatically in Fresno Unified. Our investments have changed dramatically, Prop 30 going forward, to invest in making sure these type of mechanisms are built and baked into our school system. But that's not enough, candidly. It's a big part of it, but it's not enough. We still need the partnership of other districts, other schools from around the state who can bring new ideas and support.
Okay. I'll just finish up here to basically show you what this shows is there's actually incredible correlation between the LCAP and the data that we collect. There's great synergies between. In fact, I think 85% of the information is found in the LCAP. And so as a result, we can sort of take the LCAP, and this is sort of the look and feel of our data dashboard, but this is based on an LCAP model. So it looks at the measures that LCAP pays attention to, and it sort of shows how you're doing. It actually shows the arrows, it shows the red, green, yellow, and it's a way of taking a dashboard effect and putting it on top of the LCAP. The nice thing about this, too, is if you're looking at this as a parent and you're finding it interesting, and that's great, but I really want to see why is that on dropout, why are we not where we want to be? You could sort of click through that, and then up would in fact come your LCAP, so you could read deeply about it. But it's a way, rather than going through 85 pages, you can sort of look at it at a high level and then scroll down to what you want to do. And this is something we have ready to go immediately. So we think there's a lot of good connections there as a result. Okay, so the final thing we'll just sort of say is that we're not done, right? This is constantly moving, constantly changing. We're going back and revising the work we've already done and looking to do new things. So here are some 4 areas in particular that we're trying to build out next. One is the next generation of social emotional skills. So right now, the way we find out your growth mindset is we do a survey of students and teachers in some cases as well. Ultimately, we think we want to move towards this notion of performance tests, game-based assessments, and things like that. So that's sort of the next generation we're moving towards. Developing measures for college or career-ready graduates. We are working with the Link Learning folks, and we're going to see if we can combine sort of a lot of what they're doing around data with what we're doing around data, so you can have a holistic view. They're working on badging and things like that we think we can bring in. It can be very exciting. Also, the notion, real quickly, of high school capstone projects. There's obviously a lot of conversation on the high school exit exam. We actually think we can play with a partial solution through capstones, and we want to sort of move in that direction.
Yeah, and I would just say I think what we're going to find more and more prevalent in this college and career-ready graduate measure is it's going to force all of our districts, and I think it's candidly, a great statewide conversation to be had around all communities getting much sharper around what Connect Ed Link Learning would talk about as your graduate profile. What do you actually want your students to be able to know and do when they graduate from you? Not just say, we want career-ready graduates. What does that exactly mean, community by community? And have a community conversation about that. We're in the middle of that, and it will help us with our investments, our strategy, and some of the work that we do going forward. The student growth measures on non-achievement indicators like social-emotional, Fresno went very deep in the survey work. I think we were the only one that went this deep out of the in the pilot. Where we had our kids take the survey, and then teachers took the survey about the kids that they had. And then those two sets of survey data get matched to actual student data by the Gardner Center, right? So what are kids saying? What are teachers saying about the kids? And how does that match up with what's actually an output with behavior, attendance, achievement? It's very interesting information. And then I'll just also...
Let me just say real quick, and the key here is, that again, growth matters. We think growth matters consistently. You can't just sort of say, here's where you are, and that is, you have to give credit for people moving. And so we actually want to take our growth model and put it to all of our measures, not just our test scores and academics.
I was going to jump to pre-K, and I will use pre-K and college and career as examples from Fresno because I know everybody else has their example, and the great part about this is we all get to share it so clearly. Working with Packard Foundation on starting strong and smart and strong early learning grant. There are things that we are going to learn in this rapid prototyping lab that are going to help us tremendously understand what social emotional health means for kids before they even show up into our preschool classrooms and our transitional kinder classrooms and so on and so forth. We will, and we are getting ahead of the curve so that we actually are going to have a much better shot at actually hitting that target of the graduate profile that is critical for us to have a conversation with employers and our higher ed partners.
And the final thing is that we're also trying to push down our social emotional learning as deeply down into the school, into the elementary grades as we can. Right now it's 5 through 12. We just didn't think we were ready to do kids younger than that in terms of understanding what they're really responding. But 2 of our districts piloted doing 4th grade, and actually the results we're getting back are very promising. So we think we can extend it to 4th grade. 3rd grade's probably a little too early to ask the youth are too young, but we're trying to figure that out. We want to make sure that we're capturing it as early as we can. And that, I think, is it.
Well, thank you. That was really quite interesting, and I'm sure we have some questions. Board Member Stroud.
So first, so Mike and Rick, thank you so much, and to all the team of CORE that has actually brought it this far. So I have several areas, I think, really to appreciate the struggle that you all have been working on to come to some of the decisions. So in my first, I have several areas. First, I know you were given a really short amount of time to do a full day presentation. So could you talk about the English learner designation? Because I'm particularly interested in what each level, so it's what elementary does, what middle does, what high school does, because we have a lot of indicators that are high school indicators, and I know one of the things is to say, what do we want to do early on? What should each level be focused on? So my first of a couple questions is on the English learner designation.
Sure, absolutely. Let me try to take, and then Noah Bookman, our Chief Accountability Officer, is here as well, can help answer. So the main question for us around EL redesignation was how much time, what you want, and so the state doesn't sort of give us guidance specifically on that notion. And ultimately what we sort of came down to is research is pretty clear that within 5 to 6 years, kids should be redesignated, but it was really important. Research was not at all clear that in 2 to 3 years they should. In fact, there's no research that argues it should, within 2 or 3 years you should redesignate. So we wanted to try to find a metric that gave you credit and said, we want you to redesignate within 5 or 6 years, but that we don't want to mistakenly incentivize you to redesignate within the first or second year if the child's not ready. So we want to take as long as, so what we ultimately came to was a way of giving you credit along the way, and I can have Noah talk through the exact one, but what we did also is the real question was 5 or 6 years, and a lot of our districts were not comfortable with 5. They wanted to be 6. Some wanted it to be 5. And ultimately what we came down to was we did pick 5 years because we thought we wanted to be as ambitious as we could, but most importantly for us was that for many kids who come into kindergarten, if it's 6 years, you actually will leave an elementary school before there's any accountability around that redesignation. We thought it was very important that each institution be held accountable, and and Mike has said, as a superintendent, I believe if I have a kindergartner, I should and can have them redesignated by the time they leave my elementary school, and so that's why we came to that thing. And Noah, do you want to talk
before Noah speaks? This is just totally gratuitous because I know I have teachers and principals watching. If I don't say it, they'll kill me. Along with my English learner staff. So this year alone in Fresno Unified was our most significant. We're normally around 9 or 10% of our students get redesignated each year, and this past year it was 17.8%.
Wow.
So it was a huge accomplishment, and it's in part because of conversations that are taking place, expectations that are becoming more clear, and supports that we're trying to put in place for folks. Noah?
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Thanks for allowing us to be here today. Noah Bookman, Chief Accountability Officer for CORE. So basically, the way that we calculate our redesignation rate, the numerator is basically the same as what the state does around reclassification, which is the number of youth who reclassify in the given year. But what we shifted was what goes in the denominator. So what do you divide that out of? And the way it gets currently calculated across the state is based upon the number of English learners for about the year before. The issue that comes up with that is that one year a school might have a lot of newcomers, and another year a school might have a lot of 4-, 5-, 6-year English learners. And so if you look at school results, they bounce around a lot. And they bounce around a lot because of that change of where the kids are in their progress. English learner redesignation is much more like high school graduation. It's a cohort concept. You have a set of youth who enter, and then we want them to redesignate in a certain amount of time. So the denominator includes all those kids who redesignated that year, plus any student who's had 5 or more years of instruction in U.S. schools. So the denominator calls out youth who are either already long-term English learners or who are on the way to be long-term English learners.
So my next set of questions is, you have some interesting arrows that go up, sideways, and angle. You have colors, and you also came up with some 6s and 7s and 5 scores. So I'm interested in sort of, like Mike said, you made some mistakes, you made some early learnings, and you've come to a process. So I'm interested in the process that you went through, say, to pick those, and then how you picked arrows, colors, and numbers to pull all the matrix, the scores and stuff together.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that. This was actually quite a conversation amongst the district. So the first thing you'll notice on our report card is that for each result, you see the metric result this year and last year, and then you come to these numbers. You see 5, 6, 7s. Basically, it's a 1 through 10 ranking system, and for each particular metric, we looked at our district results and identified a set of performance thresholds or performance bands where level 1 is low performance and level 10 is really good performance and level 5 or 6 is somewhere in between. We actually talked a lot, should it be 5 levels, should it be 10? We landed on 10 because it turns out that most people generally understand a 1 through 10 ranking system versus a 1 through 5. So we generally understand that a 6 out of 10 is okay, that a 10 out of 10 is really great, whereas a lot of ranking systems use a 5 level, which is not as well understood by folks. But part of what happens here is, so we actually, for each metric, there's a set of performance thresholds. So the fact that academic performance was at a 40%, for instance, in this example for ELA, puts it at a level 5. And chronic absence, we see in this example, is at 21%, which puts it at a level 5. Different thresholds for different metrics based upon the actual baseline data across our districts. And so that's how we established that piece. The other thing that you'll notice here is that the arrows tell us, are you moving up or down those performance levels? So if you look at this example for the 4-year cohort graduation rate, it's currently at level 6. It was at level 6 the year before. If you look at the example of the chronic absenteeism rate, you notice that the change actually went down, right? So chronic absence was at 24% in 2014, and it's gone down to 21%. That's actually a good thing. We want chronic absence to go down, and that resulted in a 2-level increase for this school in the case of chronic absence.
So how did you determine, like, was it a process? Was it a collaborative an agreement? Did you try a few things? I mean, because obviously we're going to have to go through a process to come up with some of our decisions as well.
It absolutely.
And then interested in also how you dealt with the pairings and whether that helped inform this work as well.
It was a significant process. We tried out different approaches. The way that we operate, we are collaborative. So as the Chief Accountability Officer, actually make no decisions at CORE. Instead, we have a set of leads from across our districts, all of whom, every district has at least somebody with doctoral level training in statistics and in this area of work. And we talked about different options, and then our partners at the Gardner Center and other partners simulate those options. We see what the differences are in the outcomes, and then we use that to inform decision making, and that's how our board comes to decisions. I should also say that we engage our stakeholders beyond the district level staff. You mentioned the pairings. We pair schools together for improvement work. There are about 100 schools involved in that work across the state. We hold institutes, and when we hold those institutes, we'll have sessions where we say, come and provide some input on this work. We've done that several times around the School Quality Improvement Index as well.
Okay, other questions? Board Member Lee Cohn.
First of all, congrats on all this work. I'm looking at this and thinking this is somebody's chapter 3 of someone's dissertation because there's so much data. But I'm interested, there was a slide that showed a scatter plot, and I think it was a scatter plot, and it was comparing It was the one comparing the student's progress to his or her academic peers. Yeah. So who are the academic peers? Are these students within the Fresno or within the core districts?
So this is the work that we're doing to develop our growth measure, and we're actually going to try it 2 different ways. The simplest way to do growth is you look at each student and you look and say from year to year, how much did they change? And you average that, say, over a school, and you can come up with a result. The alternative is to adjust for context and adjust for other factors so that you truly get a student's academic peer. And the reason why you'd want to do that is if you're truly trying to isolate the impact of the education system on the student. And so the academic peer might be a student who has the same prior achievement in both English language arts and math, who is a special ed student or not, or who is an English learner or not. And we do that so that we can compare each student to students who started the year in the same place. And with that information, we can identify, has this student had above average results relative to that same student, below average or about average? And then when we combine that across a school, that's what helps us to see things like, is this a school that's achieving above average growth, about average growth with their youth, or below average growth with their youth?
So bottom line, when we get the aspect data, we're going to run it and see what comes up. We're going to try both, and we're going to see what they show us.
So, and I ask that because I'm looking at, 66% of your students are Latino, and then we have 8.9 African American, 10.8. So for ELA, for Latinos, 38% of them met standards, right? And so if we're comparing a Latino student to another Latino student, then even if they make growth, they're only at 38%, only 30% of them are meeting the standard. So how do you move the student not only to improve, but actually to make improvements at a standard that is well above 38%?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. One clarification. So this was an example school. It doesn't necessarily reflect the performance of all the students in the core districts. That being said, your point is very well taken. And it's part of the decision-making process we're engaged in right now in developing our growth measure. You brought up the exact trade-off between controlling for race or not. So in a growth measure, you can choose to control for a student's background characteristics. You can control for their race. You can control for their English learner status or what have you. You do that because you want to be as fair as possible in your comparison of schools, but there's a trade-off there which you raise, which is, are you setting different standards for youth of color? And so that's the exact conversation we're going to be having in the core districts over the next year. And we come at it from 2 perspectives. One is a data-driven one, which is we'll run the data with that control in it and without it and see what the impact is on fairness to schools. We also come at it from a policy perspective or a normative perspective, which is what do we believe should be true. And so we'll look at those trade-offs and make those choices.
Okay, Board Member Molina.
First of all, I want to thank you. A very impressive report. I'd like to query a little bit more about the comment that you made regarding moving the planning phase to principal and teacher and spending more time about this analysis. Can you talk a little bit more about that process and what did you have to go through? And you mentioned the word change the contract to build these opportunities. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so I can speak to Fresno, and my colleagues are all doing different things in different ways. But so one of the things that I'll just be very brief from Prop 30 going forward. We were in a position where we were not saying in Fresno, please pass Prop 30 or we're all going to die. Because Ruthie Quinto, as our CFO and Deputy Superintendent, had us as well positioned as we possibly could have been in those horrific times. And it was money that was to the good for us. So we were able to say we could, when that money came, we were going to close our deficit, our structural deficit, and we had almost $18 million to the good to invest. So our message to the community was, vote yes on Prop 30, and here's what we will be able to do for the youth of this city. We'll be able to double preschool enrollment. We'll be able to add to the arts. We'll be able to redesign our middle schools. One of the things we did with redesigning middle schools is we changed our scheduling and the use of time there. So we basically are running, you don't need the details of the program. Basically what we have is for our big traditional comprehensive departments, English, math, science, social science, they have the opportunity up to 1 full day a week because of the way we've staffed the schools for them to be out of their classrooms all together as a department, planning using student assessment data and training one another, having coaches or whatnot built into the school day with other permanent staff members designed working with those kids that they're not with for the day on some of these other lessons that we want taught. That's what we do in across 15 middle schools. In the elementary division, what we did is with LCFF money coming, what we took the opportunity to do is we used a SIG model we used the Fed's model of intervention, and it was gut-wrenching to reconstitute 3 schools a number of years back. But what we basically did is we reconstituted. We added 30 minutes a day of instruction for every kid. That's about 18 days of teaching, 18 more days of school per kid when you add 30 minutes a day. We also added an extra 80 hours of professional development above everything else we already had in the contract. And we added an additional person, teacher on special assignment, to kind of help facilitate and do some of the work on campus necessary. And for that extra work, our teachers got paid an extra 10% to do that. We were able to, out of our supplemental and concentration funds, move, because the model was so successful at the SIG level, it was at all 3 schools, we proposed to do it at as many elementary schools, go to scale, as many elementary schools as we could. So we have about 60 elementary schools. Next year we will have implemented that model at 40 of the 60. Last year we had 10. This year we just opened and added another 20. So we have 30 elementary schools this year where we are doing 30 minutes more of instruction per day, and the teachers are getting a whopping extra 80 hours on top of everything else of PD time. And that time is for them to build assessments together and all the rest. We have some rubrics and protocols about how they work together. And that move alone is over 19,000 elementary kids are getting that treatment right now. That's almost 24% of my teachers are teaching in that environment. And that's additional 10% salary increase for them to do that work. And it is absolutely necessary. And I would also say at all of those 30 schools, our unduplicated count for kids in the LCFF formula does not dip below 94%. So in our mind, it is doing exactly what the governor intended, which is taking the differential money to put it to something that helps kids get a better education, and it supports our staff to doing it where it is needed most. And everybody else is doing some version of something in their local context to try to create these conditions where we're doing more support for teachers. We also put into our contract, for example, knowing what was coming in Common Core math adoption in the intermediate grade levels. There are some difficult math concepts for elementary teachers to be teaching. So, we went to the bargaining table. The management side went to the bargaining table. One of our issues we wanted to make sure was taken care of was we would not have any combo classes grades 5, 6. It's in the it serves us. It serves the teachers. Why would we want to stretch our teachers who are already stretched learning this new set of standards to be stretched even further and have a combo in 6th grade? It doesn't make sense. And so we took care of it.
Is it fair to say that in order for them to get into the depth of the analysis of the tremendous amount of data that you're providing your principals and staff, that to do that you needed to not only couple it with more time to be able to do that, but also with the professional development to follow up with?
It absolutely essential. I would just say 2 more things that we've done, that these are lessons that we've learned. Other districts are a little, like Chris is further ahead on many of these issues. Some of us are further behind, but we all have different component parts. It's kind of a sliding scale, but we all, even Chris in Long Beach would say, I have so much to learn from everybody in the core districts. I mean, it's what makes it so fun, is everybody's trying to figure out what our next big step is. 2 things that still matter there a great deal. We weren't maximizing the professional learning we were doing, because we were not guaranteeing that our principal site leaders and vice principals and anybody in a leadership role formally on the campus was doing the learning side by side with teachers. We had let that slip away over time, so we then had teachers being trained, and sometimes frequently our leaders being out of sync. So that was kind of a district policy, not a policy, but it was a practice decision we made from our chief academic officer. That side by side training has to be done. They have to be together, or the conversation is completely different. There's a great deal of lack of understanding that takes place. And there was a second point that was probably even better than that one, but now I'm blanking on it. So.
Yeah, you've been in Fresno 10 years, right?
It is, I'm proud to say it is year 11.
Year 11, okay. Well, that makes a difference, too.
It makes a difference, President Kirsch, but I would also say, and I would say this with all respect to Laura Schwalm and Chris Steinhauser, one of the things that we recognized very early in CORE was we had Laura, who was the longest serving, followed by Chris, then followed by me, and then we went back to Jonathan Raymond and Tony Smith, for example, and Richard in San Francisco. But all that did, it had a great arc of experience, and what we were able to do is there were things with our superintendents who are newer to their cities that were looking at things anew in a new city that were challenging folks who had been in their districts for a longer period of time to go, wow, I forgot about that, or maybe I should re-examine that. But another powerful lesson was there were a number of things that some of us who had been in the systems a lot longer could share as, here are the potholes, that's a landmine, and we could speed up their learning so that we could get everybody moving faster, because the change process is hard enough without self-inflicting, your own problems. But it is a good point to be made.
Yeah. Any other board comments? Member Burr.
So I want to express my appreciation, too, for you being here. And we've seen this, and I've got to see you at the collaborative talk about this as well. And I sort of reflect back on when we've had the conversations initially about whether or not CORE should go for a waiver or not, as opposed to the state, that we kept kind of stumbling around. So I appreciate your success, and I think it's helpful to showcase that. So I'm going to ask you a question that might not be fair, but you can think about it and come back. What advice, and I'll just say one of the tables that was really helpful and I think will help inform our further conversation is the matrix that shows how what you're doing matches to LCAP.
Yes.
Because that's the struggle we're having now as we try to transition into a new accountability system. And it's kind of, what advice do you have for us as we move forward to help you on this path? It seems to be reasonably successful, and not get in your way, but also to help other districts that we're trying to provide assistance and guidance to. What things should we be thinking about? Should we be doing? What things should we be jettisoning? So you can think about that. You don't have to answer on the spot. Because the thing that also struck me was one of your very first slides that talked about measurable, actionable, and meaningful, which I'm going to have Janelle come back to when she talks about the evaluation rubric, because that's the challenge before us. There's so much to collect, so much to look at, But what fits those three criteria in my view?
Right. So that's the Member Burr, perfect, and I think a fair question. You've never given me an unfair question. You've given me questions before I can't answer, but that doesn't mean they weren't fair. My response, I think my short response, and then I'll give it more thought and be more complete later, but the advice I would give, I think, given what we've learned over the past couple of years, really bearing down on this, is for the board, in my most humble opinion, to really re-examine what we were truly getting out of the last statewide accountability system in terms of school or district improvement in a collaborative, capacity building, empowering, spirit building kind of way for professional educators, right? For example, so it was great that I had a single number as a high school and I could be an 812. And I could find another high school that was an 812. But what really came of that? Or what really came of the decile rankings? My similar school rankings, I was, and our schools would love to say, I'm a 5, but I'm an 8 in similar schools, right? So I'm off the hook, right? What really came of being designated in 8 similar schools in terms of practice change, right? Because I do think what we have to talk about with the necessary accountability model that has to be built and implemented is I don't think it has to be a one-size-fits-all, number one. And I think what we have to do is think about what we truly were getting in terms of improvement and change in practice at teacher, principal, district level, county level, all the way through the system for the $68 billion investment. What were we getting? Like it's been dead long enough where we can, do a postmortem and say, what was really actionable? What compelled any of us to try something new based on the numbers we were getting annually? So that's kind of I don't have a perfect answer for that yet, but that really strikes me as we're trying to build something that by virtue of its production will either compel people because it's so clear that they can see something they can do, or it will inspire them to reach for something they didn't think was possible before. Because now there are examples in very clear and specific ways that they can find very quickly that shows people are getting it done with kids like theirs, in communities like theirs, right, with the same challenges that they have. So that's why I think I would answer the first one in a shortened kind of way, but I will continue to think about it.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on your scatter charts and relate it to one of the things the board has to do. These are the scatter plots of your schools, or it could be a scatter plot of districts. The LCFF statute says the board has to promulgate standards, is the word, for various accountability indicators. And standards is, again, one of these words that could be have multiple interpretation in that regard. And in the conversations I've overheard, there's at least 2 concepts out there, one about what a standard ought to be. There's more than 2, but I'll mention 2 here. One is this, you set a standard like graduation has to be 93%. That's the standard. We talked about that yesterday. Another way of setting a standard could be looking at yours and having, and you have the scatter plot up there, is schools or districts that are relatively low in the state. So we'd have a scatter plot of the state of all the districts. And we'd look at the districts that are relatively low or very low down in your yellow corner, and you're not improving for several years.
Right.
And that then, to me, could be a standard which would deal with further scrutiny, where one would, look at even more data. One might do something Governor Brown talked about, have somebody visit. I mean, this long charter discussion yesterday, yes, it was long, and we had a lot of data, and I can't say I really understood that school from all of this testimony and data. and it would make some sense, and the governor's talked about this, somebody might go out and look, and rather than sitting up here looking at a bunch of numbers. So that another way of doing standard, I think, is relative to a statewide distribution and relative to improvement, which you have stressed.
Yes.
Does that make any sense to you?
It makes total sense. And so I had the privilege of moving from upstate New York to Elk Grove in 1996 because Dave Gordon hired me to run a high school. And he was very clear about a couple of things that still hold true. It's really foundational for CORE, and even how I think about today. I asked him really, well, at the end of the day, Dave, what's my job? What do you need me to do before I pack this truck and move across the country? He said, improve student achievement every day. I don't care what the scores look like or how you're being measured. It's got to get better every day. And this was the highest performing school at the time in the district at the high school level. Improve it every day and help people get better every day and help build principles. It was just that simple. Like, he was very clear about it. That same work is embedded here. But another thing that he used to say all the time was, wow, we're spending a lot of time in our district and other districts because of District XYZ who didn't get it done and is raising a ruckus. So the whole state has to try to focus on a rule to take care of that problem. And I totally agree with the idea of there being the visit to the select places that are seemingly having the most stagnation, I would call it, or lack of progress, and have that conversation take place. We've all seen our governor show up places that previous governors have not shown up. And he shows up, and wow, conversation shifts dramatically because his presence matters. And I think there can be a Sacramento presence that shows up in some of these yellow places and say, talk to me about what we have to do that's deeper than filling out an LCAP and getting a sign-off at the county office, because it just warrants it. And I would argue that out of 1,000 districts, we're not talking about half. We're not talking about 200. We're talking about a relative handful, and we all probably know who they are. I used to be one of them. I still think I am one in many ways, but we've made tremendous progress. But I think that's fair. And I think anybody who is collecting a paycheck, and this is I'll say it publicly because I say it frequently in Fresno. Since 2008, the bar for us as public educators has gotten a lot higher. We don't get a pass as we used to, and I think that's fair as well. We have employment, that we have a paycheck coming in, we have benefits, and we have a pension. And most of our taxpayers can't say the same thing. And what they're looking for from their public schools that are funded by the public tax dollar is the shot for their kid to not be in the same spot they're in. So I think it's a reasonable, actually a good governmental management move to place some greater emphasis. Again, flashlight kind of way, but to be there. And if nothing else, to show folks, my experience is a lot of times when folks are in the yellow consistently, they don't know they're in the yellow consistently, or they don't know what blue looks like. Conversations matter a lot.
The only thing I want to add to that is that the approach that you articulated, the principle you articulated, which is there's a set of schools that are stagnating and not moving, is precisely the principle that has guided our design of the system. As you're designing your accountability system or our accountability system for the state, the first step is the metrics. That's, in some sense, it's not the easy step, but it's just the first step. The next step is figuring out how you're going to interpret performance on these metrics. And then the step is, which schools do you identify for deeper support and intervention, and then what does that look like? All of those pieces work together, and in our system, what you articulated, which is we identify the schools that are at the bottom and that are stagnating. That is precisely our design. Those are the schools that are paired. Those are the schools that participate in our community practice program.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Holliday.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful presentation. Learned so much. I am in particular so supportive of your emphasis on measuring social emotional skill development, and down to sense of belonging and safety and all of that. It seems as though we often in accountability systems just stick to the math and the English. Right. And that is, as you said so wonderfully, that is not the life of a child in a school. Right. That's not the life of a parent. That's not the life of a teacher in the school. And recognizing that and building this important space for that in an accountability system I think is critical. And it goes back to the idea of the governor saying somebody should go into that school. It's a human place. It's a human place. It's not a numbers place. And collecting that human experience and having it be a part of the accountability plan, I just think is critical to helping principals understand what's not working, teachers understand what's not working, and families understand what's not working. So, excellent. Good job.
Thank you for that. And I just would say, you as a board, I mean, it is, you know this and you feel it. I don't think the viewing public and others necessarily get this, but the weight that's on your shoulders as the governance body responsible for 6 million kids in a very complicated, diverse state, that we have to get right because our economy, our future, everything hinges on it, is essential. And us taking time to make sure, I mean, education by definition is the only field I can think of that is a uniquely human enterprise. It only functions based on relationships. Nurse to student, psychologist to principal, parent to teacher, student to student. Anywhere you go, it is human beings interacting, and that's the energy of the system. And if we don't create space smartly for focus on the growth and development of those same people who make up the system, professionally and those we are teaching, we miss perhaps one of the biggest opportunities we're going to have. And I'm just candidly, on behalf of all of my colleagues from CORE and superintendents who are not in CORE, who have called me knowing I was coming, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about what we're doing. We will share widely, do anything we can to help you in your support or in your efforts to move this significant rock forward. We will stand in great support with you. I mean, you have a tough job. We do some hard work day to day. You have a tough job. And we just want to be very respectful of that. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, the board now will recess until 10:30.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Mike got to see it.
Thank you. You were great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is a big deal when you take a day away to do
Thank
this.
you.
So thank you. I
I'm
appreciate
happy
it.
to
Board will reconvene. Hi, nice to see you. All right, we'll see you at the collaborative meeting. I'll be there. Good to see you. Okay. Okay, we're now ready for the second part of item 2, and Nancy Brownell will introduce that. I have 6, yes. Go ahead.
Morning again. With great appreciation to our colleagues in CORE to talk about the model of accountability that they are developing, we now have an opportunity to hear from Peter Birdsall, Executive Director of CSESA, and Dave Gordon, County Superintendent in Sacramento, about the kinds of technical assistance and ongoing efforts that are underway related to the work they're doing for districts across the state, but also some of their insights and learning from, again, the second year of LCAP implementation, first year of annual updates. So if Peter and Dave would step forward. And I meant to announce that these PowerPoints will be posted eventually. They didn't quite meet the requirements for getting them posted, but for the public and for board members, we will be posting these.
Well, the board members have them, yeah. I don't know whether the public has them, yeah.
But,
No, I have them. If you, Carol sent it at
we brought paper copies.
9:57 a.m. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Birdsall.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Peter Birdsall. I serve as the Executive Director for the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, CSESA, which is the association of county superintendents throughout the state. Presenting with me this morning is Dave Gordon, the Sacramento County Superintendent. We were asked to talk a little bit about, I'm not sure what key I'm supposed to use here. This one? Yes, okay. About the LCAP process. Obviously, we're all doing a lot of work, but the LCAP has been the center of our work for the last 2 years, precisely because it is so important. We're making a transformation from a categorical compliance-driven system to one that supports a locally driven system of continuous improvement. That'll be the focus of most of our presentation, but I first wanted to just provide some foundational information about county superintendents and county offices of education. There are 58 counties in California, so there are 58 county superintendents. Membership in CSESA is pretty straightforward. You become a county superintendent, you're a member of CSESA. That's the way it works. County superintendents are, the work on LCAP obviously is fairly new, last year and a half or so, but the deep engagement with school districts, all the school districts in the state on an ongoing basis is not at all new to counties. For over 20 years now, county superintendents have been responsible for reviewing and approving the budget of every school district in the state. We validate, verify the credential for every certificated staff, so every teacher, every principal, every school counselor in the public schools in California. In collaboration with school districts, we operate teacher induction programs, principal training programs, special ed programs for severely disabled, regional career technical education programs. So the engagement with school districts is ongoing and statewide in nature. It is a big, diverse state, as you well know. So to help manage that, we have organized ourselves in 11 service regions. That's the chart you see here. The concept is pretty simple. Not every county can have expertise in every issue that arises for every kind of school district. So it's a more manageable way of sharing resources, networking. When Mike Hans was talking about every district in CORE has gotten value from that network, the same is true for our county superintendents. Everyone gets value from other county superintendents in terms of meeting needs of their districts and their students. So you will hear reference in our presentation, and I'm sure in other venues, to the CSESA service regions. The other really sort of startling thing about county superintendents is really there are only 58 of them in terms of statewide coverage. So the 58 county superintendents get together 4 times a year. So it really is a network to have a statewide working group. With the prior discussion, there was a lot of conversation about planning time, people having time to work together and develop solutions and options. Well, the county superintendents get together 4 times a year as a group. We have President Kurz coming to our meeting in October, Karen Staff Walters, Tom Torlickson, Janelle Kubinak, Chance to Sue Burr, to hear and discuss how to make this, this transformation occur successfully. You also will hear, many of you have heard about a group called BASC. BASC is our Business and Administrative Steering Committee, so those are the CBOs from the 58 counties. They also get together. They actually get together just about every month here in Sacramento with representatives from the Department of Education, Department of Finance, the Financial Crisis Management Assistance Team to actually work through the issues to develop a common understanding about what are the issues and what are the solutions. So there's a statewide infrastructure there, and the same is true with CISC. Same model. It's evolved over years of the instructional leaders from all 58 counties getting together in one place at one time to work through the issues. And so when we talk later about the calibration, the development of the training materials around LCAP, a lot of that has come out of this Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee, CISC. So that, in a very quick summary, is the county superintendents. It's ongoing, deeply engaged, and statewide in nature. The next slide talks about the scope of work. We definitely do not view it as just waiting for the LCAP to arrive and then reviewing it to make sure it meets the 3 statutory criteria. Our role involves working with districts throughout the process, collaborating development, looking at options, looking at data. Eventually, it does lead to the review and approval of the LCAP. We're a little bit late on the PowerPoint because we were trying to collect up-to-the-minute data for you, and I'll talk about that later. Rather than give you generalizations about this, what we thought would be most useful is to turn to Dave to give you a real concrete example of what this work looks like in one county, Sacramento County. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dave.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for inviting us here today. Sacramento County, let me give you a little bit of context for Sacramento County. And what I'd like to do is walk you through what we have done in terms of reviewing LCAP so you can get a feeling on the ground for what we've done and how we've done it. We have 241,000 students in 13 school districts, and they range from 334 school districts, 334 students to the 5th largest district in California, which is almost 63,000 students. So there's quite a range there. And the 241,000 doesn't seem like a lot in the context of California, but imagine me as the state superintendent of Delaware, Vermont, and Wyoming. That's the size of Sacramento County. And each district has its own local context, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later. And it very much bears on a lot of the comments that Mike made about leadership. Of our 13 districts, here's the rack up of how long the superintendents have been in place. 1 year, 9 months, 10 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 7 years, 8 years, 3 years, 6 years, 9 years, 2 years, and 3 years. So you can see that there's considerable turnover, and that has a very, very material impact on the ability of a district to create the kinds of systems that they need to perform top quality work. And I'll touch on that more later. So let me start back in 2013-14, the first year for the LCAPs. And this is a rack-up of the work that we did. And let me start by saying our team was a top high-level team, which included our deputy superintendent, our chief financial officer, who are here with me today, Sue Stickle and Tammy Sanchez, in case you have questions of them after the presentation, along with our curriculum experts, our English language learner expert, and various other of our curriculum experts were our team. So we began in November with county office training. Then we began with 3 6-hour workshops for our district teams, and we insisted that the districts bring a team of at least their chief fiscal officer and their curriculum person. Now, mind you, in the 334 student district, that's the same person. He makes a very cohesive team because he talks with himself. And most of these smaller districts don't have all of these different role groups. So in these workshops, we gave them the general overview, the template, and so on. We also developed a county website to assist them in 13-14. Through March and April, we had face-to-face meetings with our team and the district teams, reviewed their early drafts. We put special emphasis on the quality of stakeholder engagement and tried to offer them suggestions as well as advice on good planning. Through April through June, we continued our support and consultation with each district, again, handling them on an individual basis, not a batch processing sort of model, and we reviewed at least 2 or 3 drafts from each district. Then in the period June through August, we spent time reviewing each district's LCAP. We had a calibration process for our reviewers. We did clarification calls to the districts. We reviewed their revisions. We drafted our letters. We collected our charter LCAPs, and we approved the first batch of LCAPs for 2013 and 14. Then in 14 and 15, we helped organize the county office calibration training, which was a statewide activity. And our SIS committee, as Peter mentioned, organized that activity. And that was to make the effort to try to see if we could consistently rate the LCAPs across counties and across districts within our county. We had 2 half-day workshops, again, for our Sacramento district teams and charters, where we emphasized now there was a new template, which was quite different from the original template. We emphasized that the annual update was something they were doing for the first time. We talked about the data they needed, and we talked about the changes in all of the regulations. We posted on our website all of the changes. But then in March and April, we again moved into the face-to-face meetings with our school districts, one-on-one, our team and their team. And I'll go down to the third bullet there. Advice on good planning for continuous improvement and content. When talking about the LCAP, and we'll touch on this again later, one of the things that I believe is really missing is the idea that for a district to produce quality work, it has to have quality systems in place which will produce the tools and materials that people in the district need to do their work. And Mike's presentation was a good introduction to this, because in many districts, they don't have a well-functioning HR system. They don't have a well-functioning system to work with the bargaining units to remove obstacles. They don't have a well-functioning system for recruitment. There's not a strong system for professional development. There's not a data management system that necessarily delivers to the end user in the classroom or in the principal's office the type of information that Mike and Rick were talking about, which is actionable, meaningful. None of that exists, nor is it easy to develop those systems. But I think where we are right now is we're not measuring whether or not districts have those systems. We don't know if they have those systems. We're jumping ahead to, here are the outcomes and here are the metrics we want you to reach, but we really don't know if they have those systems in place. Let me give you a concrete example of what I'm talking about. The 13 districts in our county were surveyed. This was for a different purpose, not because we were coming to the state board. They were surveyed just last week. And the question we asked was, how many teacher vacancies do you have today? And of our districts, by last week, All but one had started. The last one started today. So for 11 of the districts, the number of vacancies was pretty minimal, particularly relative to the size of the districts. Our biggest district had 3 vacancies out of probably 3,200 positions. But then we got to one district had 93 vacancies, and another district had 60 vacancies. And this was not for lack of trying to fill the vacancies. I'm not being critical of them. It's just the point is that when you come to the beginning of school and you have 90 vacancies, you're not focusing on the stuff we want you to focus on to move the needle in terms of all of those metrics. You're scrambling just to keep the system afloat. So, in terms of, again, capacity building and continuous improvement, I think we need to do a lot more, and we have a capacity, if we want to be able to do interventions around those capacity issues on the front end, because right now, unfortunately, I'm worried that we're set up to say, well, in 3 years, we're going to look at the metrics. And if the needle on the metrics isn't moving, we're going to go back and say, okay, how do we fix that? But we're in a position to know what some of the obstacles are right now if it's lack of capacity, and in many cases, I think it is. Because when you listen to Mike's presentation, he didn't develop all of those systems in Fresno the day before yesterday. Nor are districts going to develop. It takes several years to develop strong systems. And right now, being in a teacher shortage, we have to be particularly attuned to the HR system and the recruitment system if we're going to get the best and the brightest people. So anyway, then through April and June, we continued our support and consultation with the districts, reviewing drafts, focusing on the annual update. Then in the period June through August, we again reviewed each district's LCAP, and I mentioned that first year the average length of the LCAP was 50 pages. Now it's 120 pages because of the changes in the template. Again, calibration of reviewers, checking to ensure new actions and services and old actions are appropriately addressed, checking the budget to estimated actual expenditures, clarification calls, review of revisions, collection of charter. And so we thought you would be interested in some metrics on how much time did this take, how much work was involved in this. And keep in mind that we used our top-level people in the organization. So the average review hours for a small district, 44 hours, a large district, 90.5 hours. Total number of hours for the review team, 928 hours, and you see what the review and consultation includes. Then in terms of our professional development hours around LCAPs, training of county staff, calibration, district training, and the delivery of the district training, another 258 hours. So for the year 2014-15, the total was about 1,186 hours that were used. And now I'm going to turn it back to Peter, and I will be back.
Thank you, Dave. All right, so we were asked to talk, summarize the work we've been doing in this area. What Dave said is really true throughout the county offices and throughout CSESA, which is this commitment of top staff. It's been the center of our work, as I said at the beginning, just because of the importance of this effort. One of the first things we did was release the LCAP approval manual. That was actually released within 2 weeks of when the state board took action on the spending regulations and on the templates. So, a lot of obviously pre-work had gone into preparing that. The LCAP approval manual test was really important for two reasons. First of all, it provided consistent guidance to all the county superintendents and their staff in terms of the statutory criteria for the review and approval, so to make sure there was consistency across the state. But the other was to make that information available to all the school districts and other interested parties around the state about the process would be used and the criteria that would be applied. So not only do we make it available to the county superintendents, it was on our public website, but we sent it to the various interested groups, Access, CSBA, county offices put it on their website. We shared it with Public Advocates, ACLU. We tried to get it out as much as we could because it was intended to be, informative at the front end of the work that was being done. We, of course, have done a second LCAP approval manual after the template was changed, and we are currently working on our third one based on the lessons learned and heading into the third year of the LCAP cycle. We'd expect that to be finalized and posted by January again, so it's available at the beginning of the process for most school districts. Dave talked about the work and support of school districts. I would say we did do a quick survey in preparation. Ours was explicitly in preparation for the state board meeting, but I've also anecdotally heard it. Almost all counties have done some variation of what you heard from Dave in terms of workshops, general workshops for all the school districts, then meetings with teams, and they've moved very much to one-on-one meetings with each district because it's sort of cliche, but the fact is every district is different. They're different in terms of their demographics, their staffing situations, their fiscal condition, the history of the district. So the support has moved very much to this one-on-one meeting. And I would say that it is particularly intense, maybe not in the overall sense, but in terms of if a per ADA kind of calculation for the small districts, because as Dave said, they don't have a lot of staff. So the county ends up providing a lot of the curriculum instruction or fiscal support for that effort. In terms of building consistency, which is a top priority for us to try and make sure that as best we can as we move through the process, we're the LCAP process is similar and equivalent in different parts of the state. As Dave said, we held calibration workshops, so CSESA sponsored these calibration workshops last spring. We had about 300 representatives from county offices around the state. That's an average of about 5 from each county office that has multiple districts within the county. So they represented teams from those counties. I guess sort of the startling thing about it is important to remember that there were no LCAPs using the current template at that time. So county staff actually had to take last year's LCAPs, reconfigure them to the new template. In a couple of cases, they actually messed them up a little bit, so that when the teams would look at it and say, "How's would this meet the standard?" What would you say? How would you respond? That was a very positive experience for the counties, and we know for a fact that's taken place in the regions. The regional structure I've talked about, not all of them, but in many of them, and in many counties, especially for counties that deal with a lot of school districts, they've had these calibration activities within their counties because. Like the school districts you deal with, counties come in all kinds of sizes and shapes. We have 7 county offices that are single district school county offices, so they don't review anybody's LCAP. And then we have 9 county offices that have more than 30 districts in their jurisdiction. LA County has 80. So they obviously have to have multiple teams doing this work, and so you have calibration within the counties. On Dave's point, I would say that LA County, if you ranked it as a state, it would be in the top 10 states in the country all by itself. So it is really extraordinary, the system here and the size of the system here in California. The new thing that I don't think I've ever described to the state board before, because it's fairly new for us, is establishment of an LCAP coordinating committee. There are 2 major reasons that we decided to start this as part of our process. The first is because the LCAP, as you well know, crosses the silos. And so we need to bring everybody together. It is not just fiscal, it's not just instruction. BASC does extraordinary work for us and for the school district state, and I think for the state. So does CISC, but you can't operate in isolation. So the LCAP coordinating committee consists of 10 county superintendents, 6 representatives from BASC, 6 from CISC, and 3 from our student programs and services steering committee, with the direct services provided by counties, because we need to cross over those various areas of interest, and we want it to be driven by the county superintendents because this is the work of the county superintendents. The other important reason we created that is because our commitment is to do everything we can that this does not become another compliance exercise, but instead is moving towards supporting a locally driven system of continuous improvement. And so that requires, in AB 1200, there are the rules for the approval of the budget, but we have developed over time what's called the art of AB 1200, how do you work with districts to build the capacity, make sure they don't require intervention. We need to do the same thing on the LCAP side. So this is, if you will, the art of the LCAP. So that's the way we're approaching it, because we have to cross all those various activities within county superintendent, within the county offices. In preparation for this meeting, we did ask county superintendents to report back to us where they were in the LCAP approval process. As you can see, it's not a very glitzy slide, but the data is accurate. Out of 945 districts, 640 LCAPs have been approved as of last Friday. We were asked to talk about lesson learned, so two or three key points out of that, because we also asked for comments. The first is last year, I think I did a similar report last year. Last year in the middle of August, August 15th, virtually all of the LCAPs have been approved. Well, the reason was last year the deadline to approve the budget was August 15th, and a county superintendent cannot approve the budget unless they've also approved the LCAPs, so it sort of functionally created that deadline. This year in the budget, the state moved, and we supported this move, moved the budget deadline to September 15th. And so that allowed us some extra time to be much more deliberative in working with the school districts to allow time districts to take changes back to their state boards so it's public, transparent. So those are all in the process right now. So about 2/3 of the LCAPs have been approved. The rest are in the works. And as you would surmise, those other third, there's something going on in terms of clarification or needing board approval to strengthen the LCAPs. The second point is it is the second year of LCAP, but it's the first year with the new template. And that has, as Dave referenced, created a whole host of challenges, one of which is just the size of the LCAPs. LCAPs in excess of 100 pages are not uncommon in the state. I think most of us feel that's too much. We are not recommending that you change the LCAP for the third year because you don't want to keep changing the rules and change the template, but we look forward to working with you for the next 3-year cycle to make the not result in 100+ pages from LCAPs all around the state. That has been a major challenge that we heard from every county superintendent of the state. The final point I've already sort of mentioned, but across the state, county superintendents have found in their staff they need to move to this model of one-on-one meetings with school districts, because what it's all about, really, in the end, is the county trying to provide added value to school districts as they build the capacity to implement the LCAP as a system of continuous improvement. And that involves HR, data collection, use of data, establishing goals, metrics, all of the things we're talking about here is really, again, it sounds like cliche, but every district is different. Every situation is situational. I guess that was not a great sentence, but you got the point. And so, that's really the third key point that we drew from the responses we got as they moved through this process. So, in any case, that's an overview. I'd like to turn it over to Dave to offer some closing points. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to skip over one slide. Just wanted to make the point here, beyond the LCAPs, the counties do an awful lot with school districts, and these are just a sampling of the kinds of networks most counties have with their districts. Crane in Sacramento is one of our Career Pathways grants. It's a $15 million grant, which is combined with a $6 million grant, which 2 of our largest districts got. Professional development, you can see the many things that we do along with programs like AVID and others. But again, as Peter mentioned, if we really are going to support something that is a meaningful system of continuous improvement, guided by high-quality professional development, and the review of what we did with the districts seems to sound a little bit like a compliance exercise. And part of the issue there is filling in all of the cells and so on the template simply does not get at the question of, do you have the capacity to deliver the program services necessary to meet these targets? And that's in the world of school districts reporting to superordinate bodies. That's a very tricky conversation, because if you ask them straight up, do you have the capacity, they're going to say, well, sure we do. We got to, because we've got to meet your expectations. But again, I think Mike's presentation really nails down the question of what is real capacity. And as a former district superintendent, I'm here to tell you that it's these platforms, HR, recruitment, labor relations, very, very important. You get no place without your people. It's a people business. And the reason we went to Syracuse to find Mike Hansen is I wasn't satisfied with the people they brought me from around here, to be very honest with you, because we wanted great people. And it's not easy to do. And on the ground, it's all about the tools and support that you put in the hands of your people at the working level doing the work. So if you expect them to use SBAC, formative assessments, or any kind of assessment results, you have to equip them with the skills and the understanding and the information in a timely fashion to be able to do that. If you want them to implement the new next generation science standards, you need to be doing a bang-up job of professional development to equip them to do that. And for that, you need a system. You need to fund it. I think a lot of new superintendents think that you do professional development when there's extra money, when there's one-time money. No, you've got to do it every year, year in, and year out. The data systems are important. The quality of facilities, something that goes back to the Williams standards. That's a very important issue for people. It's all about working conditions. Communications. Do you have a communication system in your district that keeps your parents and your constituents and your employees? If you have a large district, you need to keep your employees up on what's going on. And when I talk about HR, I'm not just talking about the people who go out and search for new employees. Why do people want to work in a particular organization? They like the other people. It's a team. Look at your board and Karen and the team. It's a good team. But when somebody has a problem with their health benefits, how are they treated in the personnel department? Are they treated like a customer with quality customer service? If they're not, they're not going to want to work for you. So it's all of those systems coming together, and truly they take time to develop and perfect. The work ahead for us as county offices, one of the big knocks on county offices has frankly been some of the counties are really good, but the services are not always consistent across the whole state. And I think that's a legitimate concern. So one of the things we've been working on, we have a core group of 6 county offices, and we're working with a very generous grant from the Cal Ed Partners. And what we're going to be piloting in this fall and winter and spring is to do some model trainings that we can roll out and that will be delivered with fidelity across the state. So it doesn't matter where you're receiving the training will be of the same consistency and high quality. And I think we can build that into a system where that can be done. Best practices compendium. We had just a meeting the other day in collaboration with CDE to try to figure out a model by which we could develop a resource library, but one that was really vetted carefully so that the resources were really something that people could depend on. They could call and find out how they're working in districts like theirs. And I think there's a lot of promise in that. And finally, one of our other recommendations is that there be really tight coordination among CDE and West Ed's Comprehensive Center to the extent that they're operating in support of CDE, the state board, and county superintendents. Because if we can really get this close coordination in putting together future materials, we could potentially create a 2 or 3 year plan where districts would know what's going to be forthcoming and when, and people could work together to mount the kind of trainings that we all think we need to accompany the materials. And we're not doing it at the 11th hour where everybody is scrambling, boy, you know, something's coming out, where's the training? We would actually have a 2 or 3 year plan. And we've had some meetings to begin with Glenn and other staff in the CDE, but I think that would make a big difference if those plans and work were aligned and produced in a timely fashion. And then again, to set the tone that your plan is not a compliance plan. It's really something where you're organizing your district for improvement of the whole system, the functioning of the whole system, so that it can better equip and provision the people that work in it to develop a higher quality of service so that we can reach the very lofty and important goals that we have set and the metrics that we have set forth. So we will stop there. Okay. And happy to entertain any of your questions.
Okay, Eileen Strauss.
So, well, Dave and Peter, thank you so much. I mean, I think this is the layer of infrastructure that kind of helps us think about our broad state. But I appreciate you bringing up toward the end of your presentation, Dave, about the variances among counties, both size and capacity and ability to support. And so I just want to go back to, you're trying to create some norming and some model practices that would be more consistent. And since we are just in the second year, we definitely have districts reporting to us easy processes versus very focused, demanding, quick 24-hour turnaround versus not like that. And so in the interim, while you're creating these calibration, which I think is such a great support for the county teams as well, how do we deal with the variances that districts are feeling, both because of their varying capacity of the districts and also of the county offices as well?
Well, I'll let Peter speak to this as well. I think we do have an ability to bring services to districts from across other counties already in the system. This is really the model that FCMAT uses, and I think a lot of people don't realize that FCMAT, when it goes out, it also does management reviews. It isn't just fiscal reviews, and a lot of the management reviews really do touch on a lot of the aspects of the organization that we've been talking about: personnel practices, the organization of different departments, curriculum, data, and so on. So I think we do have an ability to organize teams to go out from across county offices, and I think that capability is there. I think we just have to be aware of the need and use some of that capacity.
Okay, Board Member Peter's going to answer.
Briefly add, we've heard those concerns also. That's one of the reasons for creating the LCAP Coordinating Committee. As I said, it's across the various sort of working groups, steering committees of CSESA, but it also is 10 county superintendents allows us to give a lot of statewide coverage, and new superintendents, large counties, small counties. When I talk about the art of AB 1200 and the art of the LCAP, another version of that's working with school districts. How do you work with school districts? So we're both informally doing that, plus we're trying to develop some written guidance so that, as happened with FCMAT and the fiscal accountability system, there's a structure in place to not only provide guidance, but then adjust as we continue to learn going through the process. I also failed to give an introduction, if you're still here. Our incoming president, Tom Chanyon from Stanislaus County, is here listening to this conversation. So the concerns you're raising are being not only shared with us, but with our leadership. So,
Board Member Molina.
Dave, I really appreciate
the comment that you made that the plan should not be a issue of compliance, and I fear that concerns. So I'm very interested in how the support is going out to LEAs in order to ensure that this plan is a meaningful plan, an actionable plan. You mentioned the systems. If the systems aren't in place, then it's very difficult to do the work, and I agree with you 100%. As you are reviewing the plans and having the discussions with the teams, are you finding that the teams that you're working with understand and see this process, and are they building their plans in order to develop the systems or put the systems in place in order to do this work?
I think some are and some aren't, because it isn't explicit in the guidance in filling out the LCAP that that's what we're asking for. And really, the systems are foundational to doing the work. So there really should be recognition of the need to build those systems, because some districts need to focus on that right now. Take HR. As HR is a great example of this, because we're now in a shortage like we were about 15 years ago, if people remember, about 15 years ago. So what does that mean? If you're a district, you have to be nimble. So instead of recruiting and making offers to people in April, you got to go back to December, January, and February, because by April, they'll be gone. But districts need guidance on that. But if they don't know that that's a precursor issue to doing the work required to get the results that are expected in the LCAP, there's no real signaling, nor do they get credit for improving those capacities. Professional development is another great example. What Mike mentioned was a very sophisticated professional development system. It's not just, well, let's have a few workshops. Who are we going to hire to do a workshop for it? It's a very sophisticated system where getting the principals involved is crucial. As he said, that took years to develop. That wasn't there when Mike showed up, I guarantee you.
With that in mind, what do you need from us in order to allow that to become more transparent or to be more supportive? What would that template, or not that I want to change the template again, but...
Well, I mean, for me, I think one of the state priorities ought to be development of quality systems to support good instruction, good practice in school districts. And I would call out the systems that we're talking about, because you need a very high quality HR, recruitment, personnel system. Because think about it this way. It's a people business. People are the heart of the matter. So your first priority is find great people and treat them great. And that's not that complicated, but we don't insist on that. We don't start with that. A data system, a functioning curriculum management system. And see, I think we look at these lighthouse districts all the time, and we forget that Chris Steinhauser didn't show up the day before yesterday. They've been building that system for 20 years, since Carl Cohn was in. This takes time, and it takes attention, and most of all, it takes resources. You can't do it on the cheap. You have to invest in developing those systems. And I think we just need to be very explicit about that, and we need to track it. We need to monitor it.
Thank you.
If I could just add one other, since you asked, one other recommendation, it was on the last slide that Dave talked about. To the extent we can work together to align the direction and the communications, the message from the state board, the department, West Ed, and county superintendents, we think that'll help the entire system. We've had some great initial meetings with Glenn and with Karen to try and put that in place. But districts need a lot more lead time in terms of knowing what's the plan for the implementation of standards, when are materials available, how is that linked to the assessments, what are the professional development resources available. So to the extent that we're all working together to plan that and communicate it so that districts can organize around that, that would help a great deal. So,
let me ask you both, why do you think the LCAP lengths have increased from 60 to 120 pages?
I think the way the new template was formatted requires you to add more pages. It used to be more of a side-by-side kind of display. Now you need separate sections and separate groups of pages.
Peter, do you have a view on that?
Yes. We have people that deal with these every day. Sue, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think Dave did a great job of explaining that. We took last year.
Yeah, you need to come up, yeah.
It repeats itself.
Okay.
So you have year one, and
telling
then
you
you
what
have to
Sue
write it
told
out. Then
me,
you have year
so
two, and you have to write it out. Year three, and you have to write it out. It's not in the format.
Before you speak, Board Member Molina is going to give her experience in Bakersfield.
It's a cumbersome process because it repeats itself. You have to do year one all the way through, then you do it again, and then and it increases, and you're cutting and pasting, and it just becomes this very cumbersome document. It's not coherent in a way that it's easily read and understood, because you have year 15, 16, or 14, 15, 15, 16, 17, 18 in all those areas. So I'm Sue.
She absolutely, know what happened last year.
Sue
We had.
Stickle is, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm Sue Stickle. I work at the Sacramento County Office of Education. And the template this year, I think it was very well-meaning. They tried to put goals together with actions and services, but what happened is exactly what Board Member Molina is saying, is that if you have goal one, you have to carry it through 3 years, 3 separate sections. Goal two, 3 separate sections. And then you get to the annual update where you have to analyze what it is that you did last year and talk about what you're going to do this year. So we kind of compounded it. And it is very cumbersome for publics to review. I think by and large people are doing LCAP made easy in their school districts, and they're posting those so that it's an easily digestible by the public. But on the natural, it became just, I was amazed. And when I sat and thought about it, I thought, of course. But don't change it this year because last year the focus was on that template rather than good planning and good thinking. I want them to have the chance to do the next part next year. So.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Rucker.
Well, I always look forward, Superintendent Gordon, to when you're on the agenda. You're one of my favorite superintendents. And then, of course, having said that, I say that to every superintendent who stands in front of the mic. But you truly are, because I spent the majority of my professional career working in Sacramento County. And I have to say the atmosphere and the climate and the conditions of teaching and learning that happened in the district that I used to work in changed considerably when you became the county superintendent. So I do see the fingerprint of the work that you're attempting to do, having real impact in the districts that you're overseeing. So I need to say that. And I also appreciate, because I asked this question when we started down this road with crafting the LCAP template and then the revision, I wanted to know, well, if we're going to make these changes, what are we learning from doing this work, and what are we learning that's about the differences between year one and year two? So I really appreciate in what you and Peter did today. You talked about the things that we're learning, and what was really important was the stuff you talked about is what has been invisible in a lot of the conversations we've been having. A lot of what has been focused on is the work of engaging stakeholders and on the things that actually make the headlines or that becomes consumable across a large swath of stakeholder organizations, because those are the things that they can understand best about the process. But what you and Peter highlighted today is what's invisible in the process that ultimately becomes the obstacles to moving the process forward, and to help districts to understand here's why we're stuck. So I really appreciate that you did that. My questions, and I have 2 of them and possibly a third, but my first question is, so when you now pivot to looking at what it means for districts to start thinking forward about revising the whole LCAP, not just doing the update at the end of year 2, but now we're going to have them start thinking about what it means to rewrite the LCAP. How does some of the things you have learned about where they're stumbling right now, how does that become or get elevated as a priority in rethinking what they did in crafting their first LCAP for the new one?
Well, I would say that's where I think we need some help from you, because right now we get to the state priorities and then the actions and services to prompt improvement in the things that are measured in the state priorities. We don't stop at the point of what is our capacity to do the work that would lead to improvement in the services that we need to move the needle on the things that are in the state priorities. And the districts right now will be positioned very, very differently. Some of them might be positioned to impact 2 or 3 priorities right now, 2 or 3 metrics, but you've got 23 metrics. So can there be some staging of those if districts are still working to build up their capacity? And then I think the assistance around helping build up their capacity is important. But again, I think that the main message is there's no quick fix for doing that. In other words, so for example, if we need to improve the human resource system, that may have a collective bargaining element to it. It may have an element to it that our salaries aren't attractive enough to bring people, and any number of things.
Okay. All right. So then that leads me to the second question. It is about the rubric. As a classroom teacher, I often found when I wrote a rubric that I learned more from what I forgot to do in the direct instruction based on how students responded to what the rubric told them about what I evaluated in the work they turned in. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen for us once this rubric is implemented. We're going to figure out some things we should have thought about that the rubric is going to talk to us about. So one of those would be this issue of capacity. Looking at the conversations you've had with these individual 13 school districts, in what way do you see the current rubric that's under development actually helps districts to evaluate in real-time ways what their capacity is? Does the rubric have a dimension as drafted currently to address the capacity questions you're raising, or is there something different that should be considered in the rubric?
Yeah, there's not anything that I'm aware of in the rubric, but I think it would be helpful to have some assessment of their basic capacity. And the main thing, though, is they have to get credit for, and there has to be your understanding that changes in their capacity is positive,
yes,
and that them investing time and energy in doing that is valued, and they will get credit. They will get credit for that, and that's important, because otherwise they'll just jump to scrambling around and how do we move the needle on the metrics without getting to the foundational issues that really make the system effective, and that's where they'll seek to buy products and long-term vendors, and come in and how can you move this needle, bring someone in to. That's not what it's about.
Okay, so this does lead me then, with that answer, does lead me to the third question. I had planned this, but I didn't know you were going to answer the question that way. So in the way that you've seen it, again, this is based on your experience with the districts you've talked to, is capacity and coherence, are they synonyms for you, or are they really two different practices on improving and rewriting the LCAPs?
I think they're separate but related.
Okay.
Because I think if you have consistent capacity, your potential for coherence is much greater, because you're not jumping from one project to another project. And then the other piece of coherence that I think is really important and was really highlighted by the special ed report, I had the privilege of serving on that committee, is getting rid of the silos and making sure all of the elements of our system are working together, including special education.
See, that's why you're my favorite superintendent. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add in one little point. In terms of the point I made earlier about a consistent message from all of us, in terms of the evaluation rubrics, I would just echo what Mike Hansen said earlier about data being a flashlight, not a hammer. I think there are a lot of districts that don't believe that still, and so they just need to hear that again and again and again, that the purpose of this information is to help them build the capacity to continually improve, but it's not, to the extent we spend our time, all of us universally, talking about when are we going to intervene and how, and what does that mean, then that sort of fosters that gotcha approach rather than the purpose of this is to support a system of continuous improvement.
Okay, Member Burr.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate hearing about lessons learned. Sort of a couple things. I want to clarify one of your slides. I just have a question, Dave, on the second to the last one about the work of the 6 county offices to develop model trainings. My understanding was those trainings are not about LCAP per se, but they're really trying to get at the issues you are addressing around capacity building, or do I have that wrong?
Well, yeah, they're really both. It's capacity building to be able to perform well in meeting your LCAP targets. So it is that. But really what the initial ones are going to be prototypes. So to come back to the recommendation we made about CDE, West Ed, State Board, county offices, we want to be able to evolve a system where, as we do this 2 or 3 year plan of rolling out assistance and services, we want to be able to know now for next generation science standards, we would like to have by June 2016 a really powerful training that does X. And then we would be in a position to work with the other stakeholders to develop that and roll it out, and the districts could then count on that service being available, and it would be consistently delivered, consistent quality across the whole state. But that takes really a lot of forward planning.
Okay. And I think that's desperately needed. I think we've talked about that before, that we hear that here, about what's going on, and we know what the calendar is, and we think everything's running right along. I don't know that we do a good job communicating that out. And sometimes it takes a couple years for it to actually permeate the system. So I think I agree with you and appreciate the call to action about making sure that's much more available and known to the LEAs. I want to address the issue about capacity for just a second. And I had the great pleasure of working in a system led by Dave Gordon for many years, along with Mike Hansen. So I have great appreciation and respect for your wisdom on this. But I'm a little bit like Sue Stickle when you say, let's add another priority. It's like, don't do that, because we already have a lot of priorities, sort of too many priorities, and we have too many metrics, in my view, et cetera. But so what I'm looking for is sort of an inroad to the system that we do have that will address exactly the issues that are so critical. And I wonder about, and I'm going to sort of preview this for Janelle, one of the things we're talking about with respect to the evaluation rubric are practice guides. What do best practices look like? So I wonder if that's a mechanism by which we can kind of get at this capacity issue in a way that would be meaningful and give districts time, short of creating another priority. Because honestly, and I'm listen to Mike's advice about this isn't a one-size-fits-all circumstance either. Our COE, your little district that has 300 students, they probably don't have the ability, no matter how much we would tell them you should have a great this, a great that, they don't have the ability. They look to you to do that. So that's why I just get a little bit concerned about saying let's add another priority instead of saying yes, absolutely. If you don't have this foundation and have in place good HR, data, business, name it all, instructional capacity, it's not going to work. You're not going to get to these outcomes we expect. But how do we do that in a way that is supportive of districts? And I reflect on, we've had date standards. FCMAT, I was looking on their website, used to have an indicator of here's what a functional district looks like. So we've got lots of those things out there. It's again, how do we make it known? How do we support districts in understanding? If you don't have that, you're not going to get to the outcomes.
Yeah, I think the tricky part of it, Member Burr, is the idea that all of this is foundational. It's sort of, you're right, it's sort of not a priority. It's foundational to addressing priorities, whatever they happen to be. I think that the tricky part of it, though, is that it isn't just instrumental, it's cultural also. So in a school district, it's, do people believe in the leadership? Do people believe that they will be treated well? Do people believe that the mission that they're on, they will be supported, and they will be a team? And a lot of that stuff is, it's hard to send them a consultant or something to develop that. That has to be it has to be developed from the heart, so to speak, of people in the district, because it's all about, you're not developing the systems to say you have them. You're developing the systems to improve the capacity of people to do good work and to be happy in their work. And you know, people don't go into this business obviously for the vast financial rewards. So it's even more important to treat them as a team and to treat them well, and to make them really mission driven and help them perform those missions. I mean, it's why I've always enjoyed this work so much. It's about the people. So.
Okay, I think that's a really good session and a lot of help for us. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And Nancy will now introduce the next phase with attachment 3.
Correct. We're moving right along. The next attachment is an update on the development of the evaluation rubrics, and Janelle is here to give us an update. Based a lot on, obviously, the conversations that you've heard already this morning. So thank you, Janelle.
Thank you. I think I can say it's officially still a good morning. So good morning, Janelle Kubanik with Westhead. And I'm here, as Nancy said, to continue to give you an update about the developing progress of the evaluation rubric. And I feel like I've already been teed up by several people, so I'll try to stay on point and get across the details that are necessary. So what I'm here to share with you specifically is the updates about the process for developing the evaluation rubric, and walk you through an example of a sample of content. So what I mean by that is I want you to look at everything that you see visually and then think about what it is, but not so much about how it looks, okay? So, because next we really want to get to a phase where we can start to work on displays, but we felt like it was really important to bring before you today the content that's under development, so you had something concrete to consider. So just as we've done in previous meetings, just a quick reminder of this is based on legislative requirements, and there are many requirements or details of those requirements. So when we talk about having evaluation rubrics, we are talking about, as many people have said this morning, continuous improvement. So what does that look like? What's involved with continuous improvement? And we're talking about having a tool that is supportive of identification of strengths, areas of weakness, areas to improve on the part of our local education agencies. So that is our school districts, our charters, and our county offices. But at the same time, as been mentioned already this morning, is assistance may be needed and or required. And therefore, having some resource that allows our county offices, as they work with districts and charter schools, to provide technical assistance. And in some instances, our state superintendent to identify as well as direct intervention where warranted. And then the other requirements relate to, I would say, is the nature of the texture of this rubric, which is to be holistic and multidimensional in the assessment of school district and individual school site performance, and inclusive of all state priorities. So as we've talked about the classification of many, few, some, we're talking about all, okay? So all the state priorities, which are the 8 that are outlined for our districts and our charters, and then within those, we have a variety of metrics, which I think, based on this morning's classification, would fall into the many category. So as we go forward today, I'm going to try to bring to you some ideas around how do we get to all and make it meaningful. Really like the structure that Mike Hansen laid out of when we look at data, that it's measurable, actionable, and meaningful. So what you're going to see today as we digest what it means to support the holistic, multidimensional assessment of all state priorities, how do you do that in a way that allows for that clarity of what that can mean. And then finally, to include standards for school district and individual school site performance and expectations for improvement, again, in regards to each of the state priorities. So this is what the domain or the areas that we are here to address with the evaluation rubric. We have come to you across several meetings now and received direction from you regarding several things with as it pertains to the development of the rubric. So the first is use research. You've asked us very clearly, go to the research. And early on in our development process, we had actually consulted with CORE and had some conversations with Noah and Rick and said, what are you doing? Tell us what's happening so that we don't reinvent wheels that don't need to be invented and perhaps just do a better job of making the tread. So as we looked at this, we've not only reached out to those that we would consider experts or leaders in the state, we have also looked at research and in June shared with you a memo that was the first of what we are expecting to be a series that looked at what does the published research say about indicators of many of the things we've talked about in this state, which is college career readiness, graduation, access opportunity, equity. And then we also have begun a process of looking at California data to inform the design. And I'm going to show you some things both within this presentation that are referenced in your item that are initial pass at looking at some of that data. You've also asked that we incorporate practice descriptions. And I think based on what Dave Gordon just shared, it really does highlight the need for us to be concrete and to give people and our leaders and our educators and our communities some idea of what does it look like when this is done and done well. And so you'll see in the example that I'm going to show you some reflection of how we imagine one way to get to these practice descriptions. And then we are repeatedly reminded by President Kearse, this is about resource alignment, right? We need to ensure some connection to resource alignment and what it means as a system as we align resources to address outcomes for students. And then also to bring forward to you recommendations that are consistent with your responsibilities as a policy-making entity. So we will continue to be mindful as we do that. And then as President Kearse opened with, we have been given an additional year, so the rubrics are now due in October 2016. So this is just a quick, in the next 12 months, what we expect in terms of providing an opportunity with the additional time that's been granted to analyze and understand California's experience to inform the development of the rubric. We also plan to launch next month or later this month a process to introduce prototypes of the rubric to schools, districts, and their community stakeholders to understand how the design of the evaluation rubrics are useful, relevant, and meaningful to help local education agencies seek and make improvements in the state identified priorities. So, we're doing this real time with real organizations. So taking that opportunity we think is very important as we move forward to eventually bringing forward to you a rubric for adoption. So in our prior meetings, we shared with you, based on your feedback, some policy statements to guide the development and the focus of the evaluation rubrics. And this included that all students are provided with access and opportunity to support learning, that all students are college and career ready, exhibiting early and continuing signs of college and career readiness, and all students graduate from high school. These are derived from both looking at the research, but also looking at the state priorities and the feedback that you all have provided regarding what are we doing with LCFF and where do we hope to be as a result of this change in policy. So based on the guidance that we've received from you and input from extensive stakeholder outreach, following are key features that we have identified that the evaluation rubric will address or include. So the first is including all state priorities. As I share the in-depth example of potential content for the evaluation rubric, I'm going to focus on a subset of those priorities, so I don't want you to conclude that we haven't got to others, but I'm going to focus on a subset so that we have something concrete to look at through this example. And through memos and future updates, we'll provide details, further details about the other state priorities that have yet to be addressed, including pupil achievement, state standards, and school climate. So we are well aware of the need and the importance and the value of standardized assessments or assessment data, pupil achievement data, but today's example will not directly address that. The other key feature is to offer clear statements and descriptors of standards that indicate practice and expectations for local educational agencies, schools, and subgroups as appropriate and to the extent practical. So this is that practice piece that I think gets to some of what Dave was mentioning about let's be practical and how do we help our field build capacity, build coherence, move forward with continuous improvement as a norm practice that happens every day. We also foresee providing a tool to complement planning and process monitoring and technical assistance processes. So this is the notion that this is continuous improvement. So I really liked, and you've heard Peter say it as well, as repeating Mike Hansen about accountability as a flashlight. So how do we create that vehicle where we're providing some tools and resources for what it means to provide directed technical assistance, not as corrective, but as supportive of continuous improvement. And then supporting analysis and feedback by facilitating deeper reflection of data through customized narratives based on consideration of data trends and relationships. So I think something that you saw with the presentation by CORE is there's a lot going on with the data they have. And some of that report, while it was lengthy that they provide to their schools and districts, is also about how do you break it apart and group it, share it, so people actually truly engage with it. So some of the research that we have been doing has been looking at published studies about performance-based systems and some of the attributes of successful performance-based systems. One of the key attributes is that people actually own the data or own the result and have the ability to engage with some analysis. Actually, lower down on the scale of things that have emerged as important are things like what the data actually is. It's a lot of these practice pieces about being able to engage. So we feel a real strong need based on that, the research and what we have heard from the field about where the needs are and the capacity needs to be built around providing something that is facilitating that. And then finally is further develop the emerging accountability system by serving as that resource for data analysis, reflection, and as a resource. So, as mentioned earlier, so how does this all work? Is it all in the rubric? Is there a level of detail that's in the rubric? And at a state level, we have a few. I think regardless of what happens, it has to be coherent. So within the rubric, we're going to get to a level of detail that is addressing the statutory requirements, is supporting all the state priorities and inclusive of metrics, but creating some organizational space that hopefully this comes together as not overwhelming as 23 separate things, but as something that fits to a whole. So at we've been asked over the last several meetings there's a lot of terms, so I introduced at the last meeting a glossary, and I, since that meeting, have made a couple of improvements to it as we've moved along. So several terms related to the design and function of the evaluation rubric that I want to remind you of. The first is the LCFF state priorities. So this is these really are what are providing focus to the design and the organization of the evaluation rubric. So this addresses the what. Like this is what are we talking about when it comes to the content of what is carrying forward in the evaluation rubric or our local accountability approach. We then have indicators. So these capture the expectations. And we are looking at the policy statements as providing a basis for creating indicators. So for example, all students graduate from high school serve as a specific result or indication of what we expect from California's educational system. It provides the why. So, and then finally, the metrics provide a measurement to assess indicators and evaluate performance. They provide the how. And so all three of these pieces are necessary together, where we have focus, we have expectations, and then we have measurement. And so today, I'll be sharing with you an example of sample content for the evaluation rubric by exploring a subset of the state priorities and indicators organized around the policy statement, all students graduate from high school. As you'll see shortly, this policy statement is related to several state priorities. Call out a few: graduation, student, and parent engagement. Among the indicators of the statement, all students graduate, is that students graduate from high school, and so for which graduation rate is one of several metrics. Okay, so there's sort of, you can see the relationship. Before I proceed, I'd like to just check in. Are there any questions regarding the requirements or the background of the evaluation rubric before I go further into the example?
Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to forewarn you, I'm going to pause a lot. So work on your questions. Okay, so since we met in July, we have continued to do research about California's data, and we'll be sharing via memorandum to the board findings around each of the policy statements with more in-depth data analysis. We began the exploration in the area of graduation. And our analysis isn't just to summarize, it's actually to do some of what I think you heard this morning from Mike and Rick, which is to find relationships, right? They're talking about the relationships between their data points and what it would mean, and I'll show you in a moment what that might look like. So our preliminary analysis found that graduation rate over time has exhibited growth in California. I think we know that, but we also know that we've seen continued exhibited gaps for several subgroups. So on this slide, you can see over the last 3 years results, and then our significant subgroups are listed here, for which we had data readily available. We, though, were particularly interested when we were looking at the researching or using the data, what were the relationships between graduation rates and other possible metrics that are listed as part of those 8 state priorities and 23 metrics that you hear often mentioned. And so we looked at graduation rate and ran correlations or checked to see if there are any consistency between the trends between what you see in graduation rate for individual local education agencies and A through G, or their eligibility for the California State University and UC system, participation in career technical education pathways, advanced placement, participation, and passage. So all of those which I just mentioned are things that we commonly say are about an indicator or a metric of college and career readiness. So the question we had was, is graduation something that you say is a different type of measurement than what we'd say is college and career? Because if it is, then that suggests strongly we need to be tracking on college career separate from graduation. We know that they're related, right? We know that to be college and career, graduation's a prerequisite, but the data that we have about what indicates that you're, college and career ready, is that at all related to, do we get them correlated? Are we actually measuring the same thing? So here's what we found. After lots and lots of analysis, we have packs and stacks of data and correlation tables, and our preliminary analysis found no strong relationship. See, so I'm getting some confirmation that makes sense. But you'd think, so one of these things is these are not fixed relationships, though. Right? So as we as a state are being more successful in graduating students that are aligned to college and career readiness, we would expect the correlations to evidence themselves over time, perhaps. But right now, as of today, when we looked at this, and we looked across subgroups, we looked across all students, and we found no significant correlations. And I think what that suggests for us today, as we're looking at developing this evaluation rubric, is that this analysis provides some reassurance that the focus on graduation is unique from measures of college and career readiness. That there's a reason to call those things out as separate but related. Because we can demonstrate that they both matter, but what we can measure is something different. And where we want to see progress is in both. And I'd imagine and certainly hope that as we see progress in one, we're going to see progress in the other. But as of today, when we look at that data, we're seeing something very unique across them. So we're going to do more and more of this research. And we're going to be coming back to you with some ideas around, are we validating this structure of the rubric? Are there some things that we would like to support? I think you heard this in what was presented by Mike and Rick this morning, is they're learning as they go. So this is our process of learning as we're going in terms of doing this and coming back to you with some of this learning. So to demonstrate to you specifically how the research has informed the development of the content of the rubric, I'd like to walk through an in-depth example related to the analysis of graduation rate. And so again, this upcoming example is related to the policy statement, all students graduate. But before I walk through that example, I'd like to ask, are there any questions regarding the research underway that includes the analysis of California data? Yes.
It's more a comment than a question. I just want to thank you for presenting this data and not taking the time to explain your confidence interval or your reliability coefficient.
I'm holding it all back.
I know you're very smart, but I really appreciate you not going to the effort to prove it to us. So thank you so much on that.
Any other questions? No? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll move forward then. And so now for the example. So since July, we've worked to take your direction and input for stakeholders. We recently had an input session with representatives from statewide organizations that included teachers, administrators, parents, and students that have really informed the development of the content that I'm about to share with you. Again, I just want to make sure that I'm completely clear that what I'm about to share is not the final design for the evaluation rubric, but examples of the type of information that would be shared through the evaluation rubric. We have a lot of work to do on design, user experience, and we are going to get to that, but it felt very important to get solid around this is the right kind of content or the right grain size that we're looking at. I'm also going to limit this to a in-depth walkthrough of a concrete area, which is around graduation, so that we have some coherence in your ability to see where we're going with this. Our next steps are going to be to develop out further the other policy statements, which will get us into measures of college and career, which is where we've placed a real focus on assessments, but also, A through G and career technical, et cetera. So my goal today, if I do this well, is to not mention confidence intervals at all, and to give you a sense of what we've received in terms of input and direction and how it translates into content, and to really let the rubric talk for itself here. So I really want to take you through this so that you can see what it might feel like in terms of content, so that we can move on to design. And so let me again remind you that this is about taking those policy statements with research. Okay, so taking the policy statements with research to identify what we're calling key indicators. So remember, these are the expectation statements, and associated or related indicators. And this is where, in our June memo we shared with you, there are the thing you're going to see at the end, so like graduation or college career, but there's other areas that you should see early or are related to that as an expectation or outcome. So we're calling those associated or related indicators to distinguish them. And this is our way of trying to get from, I guess I would say, the few to the several and keeping it small. Okay, so this is some of the grouping activity we've done. And so we are looking at how you put those policy statements with research to develop key indicators, associated related indicators. So returning to the example of all students graduate. The key indicator in this case is graduation, right? That's what we're going to know. That's our expectation being met, which is measured then, the metric being graduation rate and attendance. The selection of these metrics is related to research, and aligned to the state priorities and the various metrics that are in statute. But we also know that in addition to graduation, from what the research says, there are early indicators, there are related indicators of students regularly attending school. The research has shown regular attendance in school is really a key factor in engagement towards graduation. And so we've also included as a metric attendance rate. And we understand that we need to look at this not just as a group, but some disaggregation based on grade span. And also, so we can, you would say your elementary districts or even your, have a role in this because they're contributing in some way to some measure that leads to that ultimate secondary outcome or ultimate outcome of K-12, which is includes graduation. So we foresee that. We also foresee that there are associate indicators that research has supported the identification of that are related to the key indicators. So in this example, we would include attention to risk factors, and we think that includes measurements or metrics of dropout rate, suspensions, expulsions, chronic absenteeism, parent engagement, and other local measures. So let me give you some examples of other local measures. You actually saw some of them in the core presentation from this morning. They had GPA, grades. So these are things that the state doesn't collect, but are certainly relevant in their local context as they've considered what does it mean to support an outcome for students around college career readiness and graduation. We also know there are others out there that are transition points, looking at sixth grade persistence rates. So there are other local measures that could be selected by districts for which they have data, and it's very locally relevant, useful, based on how they put their plans together. So before I share further details, are there any other questions, or are there any questions regarding the connections between the policy statements and the organizations of indicators and metrics?
So Janelle, you're giving us one in-depth example.
I am.
Is there, as you develop these, are you going to be bringing to us, this is one I gave you, but here are 5 or 6 other ones? Are we going to see that grow in your every other month presentation?
So I hope not to make the presentation just larger and larger. But what I hope today does is it allows us to go to the depths so that we can then show you some things that sound more familiar when it comes to all the details coming together. So I'm going to go in depth on this graduation example, but I would imagine if this starts to make some sense as the structural organization, we can then bring all other policy statements and show those as groupings of information rather than singularly walking through each time. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Jenna, are we supposed to consider this as like a causal relationship between the associated related indicators and the key indicator, or is it more? These are some of the things that could be present.
So I would say that there is some suggestion of causal or correlated relationship. I won't go so far as to say causal. When we looked at the research, so there's been research on early warning indicators, around early college career indicators that have suggested relationships amongst indicators. So it's not it's very hard to actually identify robust causal relationships, but there are many correlated relationships that we think are important to build some of the coherence between those 23 metrics that are in statute. Okay, I'm going to move forward. So here's where we get to the content. So while we envision that data is an important part of the evaluation rubric, it's equally important that it provides clear and accessible descriptions of the underlying practices that are captured in the state priorities, policy statements, and indicators. So what this slide shows is a draft explanation of a statement to explain the area of graduation. As drafted, it provides a statement that describes high functioning, quality practice based on research. It also includes references to strategies that reinforce the state priorities and related experiences. For each of the statements, there are research citations and supporting tools such as practice guides that'll help local education agencies identify strategies, craft aligned budgets, and address the needs of subgroups. And I think this is where, given the comments that Dave made earlier about where do we capture perhaps some of the operational or foundational systems, we would foresee that being in potentially these practice guides. Getting to the practical, right? So practice isn't just imagine, it's actually so that we can support practice. And so it's having the practice guides create that space where not only do we have what it means at a general sense, but also at a very specific sense when we have research or have some understanding of practice to put forward that which is relevant to our subgroups, to have that in place and called out very clearly in practice guides. So I think this is just the other piece you'll notice here is we're really trying to highlight what this means in a context that makes sense if you're sitting as a parent or you're in a school. So we're trying to avoid heavy use of jargon. We're trying to get it to where it's clear that it is a practice. But there's, quite frankly, a lot of research that backs these things up. And wanting to then, you'll also see that while we're talking about graduation, the topic of standards and assessments comes up as well. So there's overlap in what it means to actually support these practice areas. But we're going to focus on focusing the data on based on the research around these statements in a very specific way. So before I share further details, any questions about this sample of a description of expectations in practice? Okay. So let me, another important feature of the content that's under development for the rubric is avoiding complex jargon. I think that, while I'm describing to you state priorities, indicators, and metrics, we foresee the content that explains and shows these concepts. It doesn't need to rely on glossaries and educational expertise to understand. So this slide shows an example of how we envision describing the relationship between policy statements, indicators, and metrics. It's as simple as if we say students graduate, all students graduate, then students that graduate, what happens? They complete high school, and therefore we have high school graduation rates that are going to help us understand if that's happening. They're going to regularly attend school, and therefore we have attendance rates that are going to help us understand if that's occurring. We also have early and related indicators. So for graduating students, some of the early signs or other factors that are involved are we're paying attention to high-risk factors. That means we're looking at middle and high school dropout rates. We're looking at chronic absenteeism. And then we have productive and supportive behavior and discipline practices and policies. So we're looking at suspensions and expulsions. And we're also including and recognizing locally identified measures related to graduation. As the asterisk shows, we are foreseeing putting together, as we've mentioned before, a local indicator selection tool, so it gives some ideas around what's possible, what have we seen occurring with local metric identification use. And as I already mentioned, we have several already identified, and you heard some from the presentation by CORE this morning, but ninth grade bridge programs, measures of resiliency, access to adult or peer mentoring, middle school transition, numbers of transitions in schools. So there's a number of things that can come forward through these locally identified measures. Any questions before I move forward? Okay, keep going. All right. So this slide shows a sample of LEA level data related to the expectation that all students graduate. It shows the key indicator in the upper table with early and related indicators in the lower table. So this is not to suggest hierarchy. This is just somehow you had to fit two tables on a page, so one's top, one's bottom. We're proposing to show the most recent year of data plus 3-year averages. So we think 3-year averages are really important in terms of showing if you're especially going to get into growth, that you're giving yourself some looking at a longer period of time than 1 year. And we're also feeling that it's important for comparison purposes to have the state average. And as you can see on the slide, there are some elements that require local educational agencies to populate. So this is just an example, and this is an example at a local education agency level. In this particular example, it's district data. And what we also show on this next slide is the same data district with data for low income, just one subgroup. So you can see not only in the subgroup example, what we have is everything we had in the district-wide example, but we've added in here the LEA's data as a comparison point in addition to the state data as a comparison point. So this is just, again, content, right? We realize this is probably lacking in an interesting display, but from a content perspective, what you see is you see the 3-year average, you see the 1 year, and you see comparisons for the subgroup between both state averages and the LEA data. We also foresee, and you haven't seen it here, but school level displays and all of the subgroups. So I'm just showing you again a subset of what we would imagine including. Now, before I take your questions or comment, let me just reiterate that what I'm showing you here is just content. And what we're going to hear from you today, public comment today, will help us next work on design, which will likely include combinations of what you've seen to ensure that we're adequately focusing on equity while supporting transparency and engagement with the data. Furthermore, there's far more data, right, than I have showed you in this example. That includes assessment data, which we realize is important and a prominent part of the evaluation rubric. So, but just from a structural standpoint, we would imagine this being a pretty good example to give you some idea. So any questions about the sample data content in terms of structures or content? Okay. So the statutory specifications for rubric call for a multidimensional assessment of school district and individual school site performance, including all the state priorities. Furthermore, the rubrics are to serve as a tool that supports continuous improvement. Among the challenges noted through our research and input from stakeholders is the capacity to analyze and understand data, especially across 8 priorities, over 24 metrics, and for around 12 subgroups. Right? I mean, that's an overwhelming volume. And so we're proposing that the rubric offer users basic analysis that facilitates considerations of the relationships between metrics, strengths, areas of need improvement, and practice. We are proposing that there be a basic analysis that would be shared in a narrative form that identifies strengths and areas for improvement based on trends in the data for which there's research evidence for the connections to practice that may help support improvement. So each narrative will be based on unique LEA data and determined based on trend analysis across multiple variables. What this really means is there's actually a discrete number of relationships for which statements will be constructed to provide a semi-customized feedback. Okay, and I'll show you in a moment you can look at data and say, oh, there's those that are performing and sustaining. There's those that are declining and we're at high performance. So there's situations that we anticipate for which then we would create these statements that would then push forward the data, push forward the trends, and give some sense of how maybe to connect one metric. So let's take, in this particular example you see here, graduation, and how it may relate to what we see in trends around dropouts, or trends around other trends that they may want to consider around attendance. So it's just trying to draw out that if you look at data as a one-dimensional piece, you're probably missing most of your story. And I think that some of what we've heard from you in prior meetings is we need help telling this story. We need help thinking about what's our capacity to analyze data so we move beyond summative and really get into that formative practice with our data. And that's a lot to ask, again, getting back to the fact that we're looking at 8 priorities, 24 metrics, and 12 subgroups at least. So how can we feel like this can help with some of that by creating these narrative statements that would be incorporated into the rubric, again, in a content piece for the rubric. We think this approach helps ensure that there's a broader focus on data beyond the singular metrics, that we actually get to that type of performance-based practice that's needed to really change how we're focused on outcomes and to support growth in the system. So any questions about the sample analysis and narratives? Okay, so here's where we get to the next part of the statutory requirement, which is a requirement that the evaluation rubrics include standards for district and individual school site performance and expectations for improvement in regards to each of the state priorities. So standards are important, and after reviewing models from other educational systems and reflecting on the intent and requirements of the low control funding formula, we're proposing a multidimensional approach to standards that includes practice standards and quality standards. And you've seen several times narrative explanations of practice, which describe research-supported practices related to each area within the policy frame, inclusive of all state priorities. Furthermore, these statements convey characteristics and examples of high-functioning practices. The quality standards would complement the practice standards by providing a measurement-based system against which to assess local progress for all state priorities. So we think this is important to have both the measurement but also have that narrative articulation of practice. So this slide illustrates the relationship between the state priorities and the policy statements to the practice standards and the quality standards. As you can see, beyond the connection to the state priorities, the practice and quality standards also share a focus on quality. That we're talking about what it means to have support for the quality of what our system produces. So collectively, they provide a multidimensional and holistic approach to standards. The quality standards include the dimension of measurement of outcome and improvement, which we identified based on a review of performance-based accountability systems as being ways to get at both growth and accomplishment or achievement. The dimension of growth and improvement allow for that consideration of what we would say is the necessary elements of performance to create an assessment system or a process that informs continuous improvement, really taking both into account. So before I move on and describe in more detail the approach to standards, are there any questions?
And I don't know if you're going to get to this a little bit later, but so I went back to slide 12, where you have the students that graduate, and you have 1 year, 3 year state average. And so I didn't know if we were eventually going to get to state standard as the fourth column, or are we saying that the state average is what we're going to look at?
So I'll show you in a moment. So if I don't answer that question, stop me again. But I'll show you in a moment what it might look like as we articulate the quality standards and the measurement of that.
Member Rucker, yeah.
And relative to what President Kirsch said earlier about the board's responsibility to set some standards, where in the rubric it may be you're about to get to that. Where in the rubric would whatever those standards are that the board eventually sets, where would we actually see that defined or enumerated for the people who would be using the rubric? Is that something you've already shown us as an example in the table, or is that what's coming?
I'm getting there. So what I want to no. So you're asking. So this is. So let me just give you a sense. Where will you see those? So one will be in practice standards, right? So the rubric we're proposing be adopted with clear statements of practice, right? Which we would say is the articulation.
So that would be an example of a kind of standard that we could adopt.
Right.
So, and see, the reason I'm asking that is because that's what I thought about when you gave the explanation about the practice and the quality standards, because President Kirsch talked about we didn't have to define the standards as a number, that there was a different way to have this conversation, to write that definition. So that's where I thought this was.
So one is the practice standard as a statement. The second is the quality standard as a measurement. But what I'm going to show you is a method.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So I apologize for asking the question prematurely.
That's right on. Right. So that's where I'm going to go and give you the details for. So I'll just take it as a positive time. I created anticipation. Okay. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this other than this is a repeat of something you've seen in terms of the statement-like practice standard, right? So this is the, this is derived from research, has relationships to state priority, is further supported, would be further supported by practice guides, but it's just being really clear about some direction with practice. So you've seen those statements. Now here's where we get to quality. So this gets to the measurement piece, and today is the day of scatter plots. So I think, let me give you a scatter plot here for graduation rate for our state. And so I'm going to refer to some of the analysis that we've started with California data, and I'm going to use it to explain the quality standards. And again, I just keep in mind, I'm just using one type of data here just so we can get to some depth around what this might look like. So this slide shows a scatter plot of 3-year average graduation rate and 3-year growth or improvement rates for local education agencies around our state. The vertical lines, so the up and down, show the state average during this period, and the horizontal lines show the average growth during this period. The size of the dots is proportional to the size of the LEA. Okay, so this is what our state looks like. You can see, we have some districts that improved in excess of 20% during a 3-year period, and some that declined 20%. So we have quite a range of experience in terms of when it comes to improvement, and likewise a range of experience when it comes to actual rates, where we had some that were, we had a couple that are 100%, and we had some that were below 50%. But you can see there's quite a grouping around the intersection between the two average lines, right, which is not too surprising. Fortunately, our data is skewed towards the end of the higher end of the overall rates, and actually in a very positive way, I'd say a lot of districts are showing positive growth and improvement in their graduation rate, which tracks with our statewide experience. So this shouldn't be too surprising. So throughout this presentation, I showed you that earlier example of an actual LEA. Here's their data. So this is that LEA. I picked the dot. So in this scatter plot, the red circle indicates the LEA that you saw data for. So they're just above the state average and slightly just sustaining their results, not quite growing, so below average state growth. Now, one of the things that, actually I'll go back one here, is if you look at this graph, you can see there are distinct areas in the scatter plot. Right? I mean, you can say there are some of our districts that when you look at this, or districts or charters or county offices, that are high performing and high improving. Those are the ones that we see at the upper right side of the data. Right? These may be our exemplars, right? These may be the places that if we're mining for good, examples for peer assistance, they might be the ones. We also have some that are high performing and sustaining. That actually, depending as you get further to the right on that line, gets harder to do. So this is a positive experience. We also have many that are moderate performing with some improvement. So we're looking right around the intersection of the lines, maybe slightly above the average when it comes to growth. We have some that are moderate performing with low and high improvement. And then we have our low performance. So this is where we start to look at the left side of the graph. And if you look at the left and move up, you're going to see those that are low performing but improving. And then if you look at the left side and look down, you're going to see those are low performing and declining. So, as I give you those situations, you can see in the data there are different types of experiences occurring in our state. And there are some that you would say fit really nicely into probably they have more strengths, but they probably have things they can still improve. And there's some that you'd say, this is probably a situation where we have a lot to improve, and what are we going to do about it? Okay, so what this next graph shows is if we were to try to just collect some of these and say, what are those different situations? I just applied some colors because we've introduced colors before. And so one of them is blue, right? We've talked about high performing, high improving. This is the upper right side. It turns out if you look at the blue space and the red space, they're actually the same percent of LEAs. Okay, so this is, you see far more distribution amongst the low performing result than you do amongst the high performing, right? That sort of makes sense because we cluster at a very high end, very small space. And then our low performing space and perhaps some concern for us just spans a whole lot. The distribution of that result is much more, all around. What I've labeled here as green is the high performing and sustaining. So these are places that are doing pretty good and they're keeping up their result. Yellow, moderate performing with some improvement, and moderate performance with low and high improvement. So it's just we're getting to this is about, those places that are kind of on the cusp, right? They're showing some either signs of improvement or they're low enough that you'd still be slightly concerned, yet they might be seeing some improvement. And I forgot to mention white, which is where our example LEA is, which is about our places that are improving steadily and performing in a relatively reasonable space, but they're not what we would consider our upper performers. And then red, right? So I mentioned red. This is our low performance with high improvement needs, or our low performance with declines. So, you can see through the data that there's some natural groupings that occur when it comes to what the experience of California districts and schools look like. So the question that as we look at this in the design or construction of the rubric is, how do you organize that feedback? How do you differentiate these experiences and give information that provides for identifying strengths, weaknesses, areas of improvement, create some sense of what the quality standard may be? And so we have looked around and found that Alberta, Canada has created an accountability system that provides a feedback classification system that fits this experience, that fits into what does it look like when you're looking at both outcome and improvement together. So there was a question earlier about how are we going to, I think it was asked of the core districts, how do you take these variables and put them together? And I think some of what we're looking at is, can you create a composite? So if we can't have one measure, can we at least create a system of measurement that provides some consistent composite feedback? Okay, so not more numbers, but some way, again, going back to this graph, that you can look and say, there's a type of experience that's happening. And in that, I can capture a composite of both what we would say is improvement with outcome. And so what Alberta has used is a 5-point scale. And, I'm trying to use this as an example of potential content, which is their outcomes have been, from very high to very low. Their improvement improved significantly, declined significantly. And what they have done is they've taken their districts and they've looked at all their data and said, we've created a distribution of where everyone's at, and that then defines the way that the classification system is constructed. And so, in this particular example, if we were to apply the Alberta-like structure, what we go back to our example of our LEA that had 88.5% graduation rate, which given compared to their average is that they've maintained, right? So their improvement is maintaining. They haven't really seen a lot of growth in the last 3 years. But as you can see, they're well above what would be average in terms of performance. So but they aren't at the very highest end, so they're classified as high. So their composite, and you can see it highlighted in the color codes, is good. They're a place that's maintained and been high in outcome. And so this is a way to get to multiple measures and some simple output about that. And across, different indicators, having these come together. So here's what this may look like. This is, again, just a sample of some content. If we were to go back to the example of looking at the data around graduation rate with attendance rate and thinking about, a classification for both improvement and outcome, and then overall, and then a composite for the full indicator, here's what it might look like. Okay, then again, this is taking some of that Alberta structure where every metric has a classification for improvement and outcome that then results in the composite, right? So this is the combined, which is the overall in this case. And then when we take all the overalls and we put them together, we come up with a summative indicator for the multiple measures in this area.
Where's the summative measure?
It's the graduation indicator at the far left, right? So that's taking all the overalls and putting together a composite of the composites. Below that, so what the Alberta system relies on, and I think President Kearse highlighted this earlier with the core, is that this is based on the distribution of their districts and their experience. So this is not an absolute, this is a relative placement with one distribution. So it's a distribution for the state. So if we were to replicate that, and this is just, again, an example, but replicate that distribution for the subgroups, so not redistributing on subgroups, but subgroups compared to the same standards as we have for all students, what you can see is those same standards yield a slightly different, they yield a different result when it comes to the subgroup in terms of where they fall for the classification improvement, outcome, overall, and then the full graduation indicator. So this is, using the same model of classification, one at the LEA, one at the subgroup. We'd also imagine schools, as I said earlier, to create a sense of what is it that is happening across multiple metrics, across a system that's looking at multiple dimensions, and putting this all together to be holistic. So I know this is somewhat complicated, but what we're trying to do is get from the many to maybe the several, and hopefully close to the few. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Board Member Lee-Cohn.
Janelle, I might have missed this, but when you talked about the subgroups, who are we comparing the subgroups to in this scatter plot, or if they were to be?
So the subgroups are compared to the full scatter plot. They're not replotted. Okay, so the comparison is always to the full all student distribution. So what that does is it's not about a redistribution of subgroups and a lower expectation. It's about the same expectation.
Students in the state or in the district?
No, in the state.
In the state.
So when you look at the state, so the classification, so in this example, and this is, we're certainly open to feedback about this, but if we're really concerned about equity, it feels like we can't go to creating different distributions because that would set for a different standard. And what we believe is important is creating a standard for which all applies to all, and therefore is allowing for a clear sense that we're expecting the same for all students.
So two follow-up questions. Okay. So if we're looking at the subgroups in comparison to their peers throughout the state, how are we gauging if we're narrowing the achievement gap for the subgroup, so African American students compared to another subgroup? Where does that reflect in this tool? Whether the achievement gap is getting wider or if it's narrowing?
So I think what you'll see here is, so we've included for some of that to be apparent is just having the LEA data in the subgroup format, right? So that you can see that. In this particular example, it's not specified out, but we'd certainly, so we don't have the gap called out, but we do. You get to the gaps because in the outcome area, it's the same outcome expectation. So a lower result will lead to a lower outcome classification. So there's a gap in the classification is what I would say is what it looks like right now in this example. But again, this is part of what I'm here for today is to get your feedback.
Yeah, I think for me, it would be important to visually see it, to visually see it on the evaluation on this template where the gap is, and how that then impacts sort of how we determine their outcome. Because if the gaps are not getting smaller between the subgroups, then I can't imagine somebody being high or, having that.
Yeah, they wouldn't be because they would not be showing the outcome. Like a large gap in the distribution of the state is not going to show a high outcome.
Maybe I just need to see it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on the example, and if I'm reading the table correctly, Janelle, if I looked at the LEA graduation rate, their one-year graduation rate overall is 88.5%, right? Mm-hmm. If I look at the graduation rate of the student subgroup, this happens to be low income, the one-year rate is 78.7%. That's substantially lower than what it is for the overall. So numerically, you see the gap very starkly, at least for me. And then when you look at the descriptor words, if you will, right, over on the outcome side, the graduation rate for overall is high, but for the subgroup, it's low. So there's a huge gap there, if you will. So am I reading that correctly? I mean, that's one way to, I understand, Feliza, that it could be displayed in a different way or the colors or
numbers or colors.
Right,
so there's
but that's the intention, right?
Is.
To see the stark difference between the numbers.
Board Member Rucker.
And so I'm also at the same place where Board Member Lincoln was on trying to understand how the gap is actually spelled out or articulated. So having this table and having this example actually gave me the mental model I've been craving for a while, because as Board Member Burr pointed out, when you look at the LEA graduation rate, the outcome is considered high, but there's a significant gap just on low-income students and the outcome is low. It is identified then and are evaluated or rated as an issue because there is this significant gap. So for me, the gap is actually highlighted by the way the table displays it, and probably, having a color, or for somebody having, for some folks having the color to see that, it'll jump off the page at you, perhaps. But for me, the words high and low, that made it jump off the page for me almost immediately. So having this mental model, this is what I'd been struggling with to try to understand how the performance gaps would be highlighted. And I do agree that this goes from having the multiple mini indicators and paring it down to fewer indicators, and then having some qualitative, not simply a quantitative way of explaining what the differences in all those indicators are, or how to read or understand it. This table was really helpful for me in seeing that. So I actually appreciate the way you did that.
Okay, other questions, comments? Board Member Cohn.
I just need to get this clear. So let's go back to the graduation rate being the state average is 80.8, right? And so we're saying that if in year one, or 1 year, it's 88.5, is that what makes it good? Because for me, I'm trying to figure out, like, why are we basing it on a state average when it could be better than a state average?
Right, no, it's so the way, and this is in the item, there's actually in the attachment to the item a figure that shows a distribution. So basically, again, we were just looking at how Alberta does it. They take their state data, like the scatter plot you see, and they've said, okay, we're going to have 5% of our LEAs be excellent. They're going to be blue, and 5% are going to be concerns. And so the selection of what is the classification in that sense is a relative model. So you can presume if you're going to be above the state average, you're going to fall into one of the upper categories, so it's going to be high or excellent. In this particular case, they're not so far above. And we actually looked at the California data in this context and said, where would you establish the points? And, I think, just off the top of my head, if we were to go back to that, it was like if the blues, you had to be above 97% in terms of graduation rate to be in the top, 5% of the state. So there's these are not just arbitrarily set because it looks like, oh, it's sort of above the average, we'll put it there. But behind this is a whole distribution of the data that we did look at that is comparable to how Alberta has done it around not picking points, but picking performance levels, or I would call situations, going back to the scatter plot. We're looking at some distinct situations that districts will find themselves in schools and county offices in the composite of where their performance is, but also where their improvement is. So
I really do like the improvement, the outcome, the overall, and I'm glad that we're going to do something to emphasize the equity piece of it. I don't know Alberta, Canada too much. Can you tell me, where are they at now after implementing this accountability?
Yes.
So in terms of student performance, I don't know their demographics, but are they now at a place where we definitely want to model ourselves after?
So that's a great question. And I think there's been a whole performance-based push in Canada. And I think we've heard Michael Fullen talk a bit about this here in California. They've been well studied, and they've seen improvements. So they have a model that they call their accountability pillars, which have really pushed forward improvements in their system. They have a long view on their system, which I think is another intriguing part of this whole notion of accountability performance. They're looking at 7 to 10 years as the steady improvement, continuous improvement, building up that culture piece that you heard Dave mention, and I think you saw exhibited by the comments by Mike Hansen, of what it looks like when you embrace growth as your culture, that we can always get better at what we do. And so their whole system is oriented around that. They have seen improvements using this system. It's also very accessible in terms of what it looks like for their communities. And as I said, very well researched in terms of, but what they found is it's not about just the data. So as I said earlier, some of the research that's come out of Canada, all the provinces have some kind of performance systems. And there's a relatively recent study that looked at those performance systems, and what it found was that it's important to have standards and it's important to have scores, but the two most important factors are that people understand how to use data, that there's the ability to do analysis, and when they see it, they own it. So part of what we're really mindful of in doing this is you can create displays, but if they don't create any of that understanding of data and or some sense of ownership, we probably just did something that looked good. So, but we'd be happy to come back and can provide more background about Alberta. Probably the most appropriate way to do that would be to give you a memo with a bit more background like we have in the past with some research summarized.
Yeah, while we're on Alberta as an example, or say a small state like Delaware or Rhode Island and so on, if we're using, state relative comparisons, it seems to me that we have an advantage here compared to those places. Alberta's not very big population. I've been up there, and it's, you got Calgary, and a lot of oil wells are pretty well off in that regard. So, but we're in better shape, I'm asking, is because we have 6.2 million students, gigantic, distributions of every type you could want, so that using the state comparative data, you're dealing with a much bigger, more complex, diverse contexts, not just racial ethnicity, but the context. And so is that, can you comment on that? Does that make sense or not?
Not just because you said it, but it completely makes sense. But we're a researcher's paradise, right? I mean, we don't worry about the size of our population in doing this analysis. I mean, I think that's why coming to you and saying, we looked at the California data, and it's clear there's not correlations between college and career measures and graduation. We can say that without going, we might have had the population we might have populations.
Delaware might not
have that, right? We had the size of these files that we have. I could go. They're just huge, right? And it's because we have a lot of data points here.
Yeah.
So I think
in a diverse context. Vermont, there are a lot of cows, not many people. And if you're doing cows, they're probably good. But, it's pretty homogeneous.
I'll refrain from commenting.
Yeah. Yeah, Member Burr, yeah.
So I'm anxious for you to get to the next steps, because this user acceptance testing, I think, is a real important piece. But just to stay with the data for a second, because I know with some of the concerns I think we've seen, that people are worried about that the state average is too low, that we have a higher target that we've been held to for federal accountability and that kind of thing. But so just so that I make sure I understand, going back all the way through, where we would state potentially that our expectation, our practice expectation, is that all students graduate, right? But we know where we are now. Our state average, if I'm understanding this correctly, based on your data analysis, is 80.8. So we would expect that distribution to keep moving over, right? As folks continue to improve and we continue to say, we expect that all students will graduate. Right. So that, I just want to make sure that that was clear, that we're not sort of stuck on 80.
No, I think that's a great point. This is meant to be a dynamic system, and that's part of continuous improvement, and that's part of what's in the performance-based systems that we've researched that work well, is that they're not status or fixed.
But adding to that, though, the board could consider and should consider something greater than the average, because California is like a barbell in many ways. It has this big clump at the top and then a really large clump at the bottom, and then you get an average. Former State Superintendent Riles used to say to me, average is like when you have one foot on an iceberg and another foot is boiling, and on the average, you're fine. And so, So I don't, there's nothing magic to me about an average, and particularly in one that has so much of a high and a low.
Right. So let me just
it has a lot of wealth and a lot of poverty, and so we're not a sort of a straight middle class state. Again, Rhode Island would be very different. They're more grouped.
So just to be clear. When I'm showing the state average on the slides, it's not because the point of the average is a target.
Right.
It's more of go back to the scatter plot and the situations that get evidenced in terms of growth and improvement and, current achievement or outcome is a different situation in those areas that are aligned to the classification. So there's data behind that, but there's also really, let's not lose sight of the fact that data is really in itself not information unless we put some context. And the context here is all kids graduate, or our students are college and career or have access and opportunity. So it's trying to keep an eye on that because that's what should drive practice, right? And our data should change as we get better at the practices.
Okay. Other questions? Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so it is true. We can take comfort in large numbers because there's some relative validity and reliability in the laws of large numbers and what those large numbers actually tell us. But what has happened in our conversation, and that was exemplified yesterday in the discussion about that 90% or the 93% and what exactly is being represented in that number, is for a lot of stakeholder groups, particularly those representing communities of color, is what is disguised in the laws of large numbers is levels of granularity. And so I think that what people are looking for, and I think you've actually addressed this, or at least in the way that this is being displayed or the attempt to explain this, and we may have lost it in the context of that state average, is how this can display or do that analysis at a level of granularity that won't disguise or hide what large numbers usually hide. So I think that in what the lesson for me or the takeaway for me in that part of the conversation is the data point really going to be set by the board to think about a state average or to think about something else that defines a point in space where also, what's our vega supposed to be? And so I think that might actually help with the discussion on granularity, because if people understand relative where you're supposed to be going, where your geography is and where you sit in that constellation on that scatter plot, I think that might be more helpful. And I just mixed a couple of different metaphors, so I apologize for that. So let me see if I can unpack that a little bit better. No, I can't. So I'm just going to wait for. I'm going to go on and wait for you. Yeah.
Mike.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that, Janelle? No.
I'm just looking for the constellation.
Okay.
All right. Board Member Holliday.
I thought I understood this, but now I'm getting more confused by Member Burr's comment. The axis on that scatter plot is based on average.
Those show averages, yes.
So
but
they're not going to move.
No.
Every year, as the average changes, the scattering around the average will stay similar.
But the point will move.
The point will move.
Yes, there will always be an average.
But it's always going to, to a certain extent, it will look the way that one looked, even though the point is moving. There will still be ones that are below average and still above. So it doesn't necessarily show as easily, perhaps, our getting to the ultimate goal. What we have is a horse race, and we want the horse. The fastest horse in the world finished it in 5 minutes, right? So that's our target. That's our goal, 100% graduate. But what we're showing in this is relatively how fast our horses are running. And there's some that are running pretty fast. There's some that are not running so fast. There's some that are running faster each year. There's some that are slowing down each year. And that's all back down here, right? But how is the group actually moving if the average is always the indicator on the graph? Does that make sense? Or am I just confused?
Yeah, I think it makes some sense.
Well, I'm just interested in how a school can say, okay, each year I'm not quite making the average, but I still feel good because we're moving.
Right. So this is why it's important to not just look at outcome
Right.
and why improvement matters. Because what we've heard from this body consistently is growth should be recognized.
Right.
So if you are indeed moving, now, if everyone's moving fast, right, so everyone learned that new training regimen and the horses all ran faster,
Yeah.
that's good. We've proliferated some positive practice.
But that graph doesn't necessarily show that.
Well, it does, because one of the axes is about improvement.
Okay.
So we see a slight, so statewide, we have positive growth in overall rates, but we have some districts that are improving 20% in their grad rate and some that decline 20%. So again, it's getting back to indication of situation and need. So for the one that's growing 20%, we're going to go, wow, this is, you probably have a strength happening, right? Let's figure out who you are. For the one that's declining 20%, there's something that can be done, should be done, and bringing them up and over, right? So it's two dimensions. So this is really, I think, that importance of, it can't just be about one measure, that is the outcome, because we'll run exactly into the problem that you've identified. But having to be able to acknowledge, and I think this is important for the equity conversation, being able to look at improvement, because for many of our subgroups, it's not just improvement, it's acceleration. So it's that need to, gain and really gain above others that for which we have exhibited gaps.
Okay, other questions for Janelle?
I have one more slide.
Okay.
Sue wants this.
Right, this has been the most concrete we've seen, and a real big improvement over where we have been, and it's been so generic that we're now.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes. You finally got there.
Okay, practice. So our next steps. So we really look at the call to do research as not just a get us the journal article, look at a data set, and but the opportunity, as if you noted, President Kirst, we have a large enough state and enough diversity to test some of these things out. And I think you heard this again from Mike Hansen, that they are just constantly, amongst their districts, the 10 they have, they're testing it out. So we have identified, we're working right now on putting a list together of a group of districts, county offices, and charters that we want to test this out with. And we're looking at we've identified a size of about 3 dozen that get us charters of various grade spans, gets us districts of various grade spans, gets us the state covered. And we're also interested in engaging county offices on 2 levels. So one is county offices as they do their work to support their county schools. But we also want to invite county offices as providers to identify a district partner to test some of these rubric elements out. Because that gets us into the space of what does it look like when you use this in an assistance mode. So we will be sharing out with you details about what the user acceptance testing will include, but our plan is to share data displays, content, and we mean this to be in real time. So we think this is the perfect time to start because school year has started, LCAPs and other plans should be rolling forward in implementation, that this kind of feedback can help assess, validate, provide progress monitoring support. And we're going to be asking questions. Where did it help you? Where did it seem relevant? Where did it seem useful? Do you see quality? Is this something you would engage with, and how? So that we can come back to you with real practical and continue to be practical with you around what this means in the work. We're also going to be very explicit with those participating that we need to know who they use this with. So we're looking for some time and attention for when it's used with the teacher audience. What does that include? Or parents, or as a district executive team. What's happening in those moments? So we get some idea of the practices that are in place or needed when it comes to the capacity development to engage with data and to own it, because that's what it's going to take when it comes to really shifting this or using this. The rubric can provide great content, but if it doesn't actually get touched and used and referred to in real work, it's going to provide information but not necessarily change the practices. We're also continuing with the research and analysis, and today's, what you received today in presentation, we hope to just build upon so that through memos and through future updates, you continue to see how we are going about the research with regards to the other policy statements. And then we'll be coming to you, we hope, at the next meeting with draft recommended practice standards and the research citations that go with that. And then we are continuing to support input and engagement, and we have upcoming sessions that we are right now in the process of planning for policy stakeholders and others. So we appreciate the additional time that's provided. I hope you can see that it's being well used and with your guidance directed in a concrete way.
Okay, Board Member Rucker and then Board Member Williams.
And so it's tempting as you come back to us with information about this piloting or this review you're going to have done with these 12 LEAs to focus on what it is they've learned or what things they will give you as feedback about usability and how well it works for them. There is a gap analysis, though, that needs to be done as it relates then to stakeholder groups, because stakeholders are going to see this information as well. And so while it's probably not wise at this exact moment to look at piloting this with stakeholder groups, the most important information that's going to come back from this is what Board Member Lincoln raised, is to what degree does this information actually give districts a real gap analysis about their whole district as well as their subgroups, because that's where the conversation on improvement actually lies for a lot of those stakeholder organizations that are monitoring this very closely. So I think my request through the president is, how does this actually give districts a real gap analysis about the performance of their student subgroups compared to their whole district? So that would be some information I would really like to see.
Okay. Board Member Williams.
I just want to point out that I'm not sure what your time frame is for doing this and reaching out and having them look at this, but with the release of the SBAC scores, there's going to be a lot of focus there, and then that will in some way probably confuse isn't the right word, but kind of conflate with this in terms of, so where will those go in this, and how will we see that, and how will that, those will get intertwined if it's happening in the next couple of months.
Well, and the scores are expected to be part of the rubric, so that's.
But if you're not showing that when you're going out with the user test, then they're going to be asking where they are.
So what we're going to try to do is put together more of this. So what you're just seeing is a sample of one of them, but what we plan to do is test the full body of indicators and metrics. So it's a point well taken and one that we'll be very mindful of as we move out.
Okay, Board Member Burr.
So just to summarize and to go back to the amazing improvement that we've seen over time, I don't want that to go past in this conversation. Really appreciate all the work, and I think it's so much richer from where we were, especially informed by the data and knowing where they are. I, for one, appreciate going back to President Kerr's categories. I don't know if I have all four correct, but the many, the few, the whole bunch.
There was one, few, several, many.
Okay. I think you've done a good job of taking the many and getting it down to the several. I think we're still working on the few. But I want people to focus on that. I mean, that's the idea here, is to say, just to reinforce what Janelle was saying, that when they looked at graduation rate correlated to some of these other things, they could be measured separately, but there are a whole bunch of associated indicators that feed to graduation rate. So that when we actually get a document and we're faced with, what are the quote standards, practice, or quality, we can hopefully come up with a coherent and relatively understandable set of practice and quality standards going forward. This is really, I hope, laying the groundwork for that. The last thing I'll say, and Felice and I have been having these kind of side conversations, but I was struck by the fact that when CORE talked about their report card, I mean, they've got a very substantive document that they're using with their LEAs for purposes of helping improve practice. But then they have a much more succinct, I think they call it a report card, but some other document that's really for parents. And so I think that's not really our charge, as I understand it, under statute to do that. But I do think we want to think very carefully about how we're communicating this information for different audiences. So everybody's got it, but that it's much more understandable for folks who are not trying to change instructional practice.
Yep, agree. Board Member Molina.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Janelle. Very extensive report, and it makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm very excited about the changes that are occurring. And I want to capture some of Board Member Burr's comments, and two things that I really want to urge and put an emphasis on, and that is in the importance of everybody staying in the same direction. And I appreciate that today I saw coherence in the three reports and the information that was brought forward from the core, the information that was brought forward from CSASA, and then what you're saying. And I just really want to capture that you're having those conversations over and over so that we are moving in the same direction. And more importantly, going back to Board Member Burr's comment about communication, this is going to take time, and it's a process. And I think it's going to be very critical for us how we're going to communicate back to folks who want answers right now, and in particular as we're doing the evaluations and the updates of the plan, and how critical it's going to be that we're bringing people up to speed and keeping them in the loop at all levels. And I don't know that I can clearly articulate what that looks like, but it's in front of us because people are saying, how they want answers right now. You use X number of dollars, and how are we holding folks accountable? And so I appreciate the fact that you brought how we're going to, or that we need to. I'm not sure I know how, but I trust you.
Board Member Williams.
I want to go back to a couple more things. Part of it is Member Lily Cohn, and I think what I understood Member Holliday talking about, and that's the average you were using. I'm assuming when I think back about API, I was trying to say LCAP, API, and the decile rankings and the 800 number, most of what I heard in the last decade was frustration over the decile rankings and that somebody had to be in the bottom all the time. It wasn't so much frustration over here's the North Star, whether 800 was or was not, but having one. This is what an ideal situation would look like, or this is what our we think is a reasonable but high expectation for our schools. And so I'm still not entirely clear that if we are, or sometimes I think we're setting those for all the various indicators, and other times I'm a little bit uncertain that we're setting them for any of them. And so what occurred to me is that we could have everybody operating at a certain level and say, look, we don't have any declines, but it's not really the level that we want, that we want as a state to be at. So I will need some more clarity as we go on about how we're setting up at, what I would think of as aspirations. And I'm complimenting you too. I conceptually understood the whole thing, and I loved the fact that you kept pausing and saying, are you with me so far? Do you have any questions here before I go on? It was really well done.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no more further board comments, I think we're ready for now. Information attachment 4, the electronic.
Yes, we're nearly there. We have two short items. Attachment 4 is about an update on the electronic template. Attachment 5 is about the next steps, and then we have about 15 people with public comments so far.
Yes.
Jeff.
Hi, good afternoon. Jeff Brashears, Local Agency Systems Support Office. Just a quick update on the electronic template and the development of it. As you know, in January of 14, when you adopted the emergency regulations and the electronic template, you asked for us to develop the department to develop and begin the development of an electronic template. We did so, and then part of the regulatory process, the template was radically changed in March or April came back to you folks in July. That was that change to the template was adopted then, again, in response to public comment. So that kind of changed then the design of the electronic template. That also necessitated a fairly radical change. Our goal was to have the template field tested this year. With some technical difficulties, we did not release it until June 2nd of this year, so a little late for the actual practical use for the 14-15 cycle. Originally, we had 19 county offices and 47 school districts that signed up and said they would like to field test with us. To date, we have had lost at 6 county offices and 13 school districts that have plugged into, signed into the system, and is starting to field test the system. The original COEs and LEAs that said they would field test with us, they said once the LCAP season is done, which is now, we're close to approval of all of the LCAPs, that they would get into the system and field test it, and if you will, try to break it. We also had one county office that has said that they're working with our office to sign in and input their 30-plus districts into the system so they can use it for the 15-16 cycle, because part of the system and part of this system is if you're into the system for the field testing, that information and that LCAP then will roll forward and roll into the annual update and then be ready to go for the 15-16 cycle. So that's where we are with that. Some of the further development that we're working on is the internal approval process, which is also very beneficial both for county offices if they're using it, and then for us at CDE as we review and approve the county office LCAPs. Excuse me, is that we have the ability then to make internal notes and then to communicate with the LEAs and the county offices in fine-tuning and asking questions and clarifying questions about the LCAP that is being developed. Also, what's in development for full release, which is, by the way, we're anticipating and targeting for February 1st of 16, is then the ability for charter schools to identify the length of their LCAP that is aligned with their budget, and then also to identify based on their grade span that they're serving what priorities they would be addressing. I think that's it. Any questions?
Questions?
Very good. If I may, one more thing is if at your pleasure, we're coming back, our office is coming back in November to give you an update and just kind of an overview of the county office LCAP review, and at your pleasure, we would certainly be willing to bring the electronic template at that time and demonstrate it for you folks if that would be, I'm seeing nods, so I'm assuming that it's a yes.
Board Member Williams.
Could you repeat the last sentence about charter schools?
Part of the process, because the charter schools, obviously do not have their LCAPs approved, through the chain
They're
of
approved
command,
by
if
their
you will,
board.
right? They're just approved by their board. Is that the ability then for charter schools can write their LCAPs that are aligned to their budget. It's not necessarily a 3-year LCAP, but it's aligned to their budget. And this electronic template would then be able to, we anticipate and we're working toward them to say that this is a 1-year budget and a 1-year LCAP, but it allows them to align with their budget. And then also to identify which state priorities they're addressing based on the students who are served, the grade spans that are being served.
And the mission. And the mission of the school.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you for the update.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Attachment 5, outreach, communication.
Yes. Attachment 5, Nancy Brownell for the State Board staff. Attachment 5 is the concluding piece of the accountability item. This provides an overview on pages 1 through 3 of the attachment on the topics to continue moving forward around both the process of thinking about what's needed for an accountability system, what's happening with the rubric development, and also the electronic template optional feedback as well. There's also a summary of the communication and outreach sessions that have been underway. We continue to meet with a variety of people. We did have a policy meeting the 18th, I think, at Sac County Office of Ed, and got some good feedback from many of the groups. The staff from West Ed and the state board collaborated with Californians for Justice, PICO California, Families in Schools, and the California State PTA on stakeholder sessions to explicitly ask for input on what some good practices would be for parent engagement to go into the practice guide. So we continue to reach out to the groups who have strong information and resources and tools that we can tap into. And the West Ed is continuing to coordinate with the California Endowment on pulling together some of that information. The user acceptance testing will be another piece that we'll be able to add to the conversations. And then lastly, there are some resources identified on page 5, again in this of the attachment. The local reports, the LCFF reports that the department previewed. The Ed Data site has, again, ways for people to access information. CalPass, which is supported by the community colleges. We've been in some meetings with them about the linkages across to the university systems that continue to be of value, along, obviously, with the Department of Ed website on additional information and the LCFF West Ed website. So we continue to build the communication opportunities, both two-way to hear from folks and to make sure that people have information on what we are doing. So that concludes the item. I'm happy to answer any questions before we go to public comment.
Yeah, on that, what formal communication do we have about the rubric with higher education?
Well, let's see. I'm not sure we have. We've had some conversations, obviously, through the NGA grant, where we've tried to provide an update. The recent meeting that I attended with Penny at the Intersegmental Coordinating Council, we've been looking for opportunities to meet with the state team again that has the representatives from the higher ed community to talk not only about Common Core standards, the new smarter assessment results and model, and then accountability. They have been asking for that information. So we've tried to connect to the existing groups that we might be able to share some of those pieces of information. The department obviously does that as well. So,
well, maybe West Ed could also look into higher ed. I mean, it's interesting. They are stakeholders here. They don't realize it mostly, and it'll be hard to make them understand it. But they are stakeholders, and I think we need to regard them as that, and try and work with them.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments for board questions for Nancy? Board Member Holliday.
Thank you. So thanks for the wonderful report and putting this all together. It was excellent. We spent an awful lot of time setting state priorities and understanding what our goals are and what we want to accomplish. And now we've spent a tremendous amount of time figuring out how we're going to measure that, how are we going to communicate that to people. And all the while we've been saying this is not test and punish any longer. All the while we've been saying this is the spotlight, this is the way to provide you the means for continuous improvement and on and on. But the word accountability still has punishment built into those letters somehow. And I believe that we have a number of our educational colleagues as well as parents and stakeholders that are still fearful that the next shoe is finally going to drop. Who's working on that piece? Who's working on what will happen when, school so-and-so is down in the lower left-hand quadrant each year because the average keeps moving and they're always down in the lower left. Who's going to, the ones that show up in yellow, and these other colors. What's going to happen? I think there's still a lot of fear out there about what that's going to be. And it would be, I think, comforting to everybody if we started to have sort of a roadmap of how the state will respond to those situations in particular, how parents might be involved, how districts would be involved, principals. So I know local control, but at the same time, what's that landscape really going to look like a year or 2 or 3 from now?
Yes, excellent question. I know there may be board members that would like to reply to.
We are. Now, I'll let Glenn speak to this too, but the Collaborative for Educational Excellence is the entity that's charged with providing assistance and intervention ultimately to LEAs that continue to struggle. And as I mentioned earlier today, I think there's some very specific statutory language that says over a period of time and for X number of subject areas and subgroups, that will be the lower left-hand quadrant, I'm sure over time. Those folks will come see us at the Collaborative based on referrals from the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So we, as I mentioned yesterday, we just hired our executive director. We're working toward a plan. We've got the sort of initial vision and guiding principles about how that will work. I'll speak as one member of the Collaborative. I certainly hope early on our work is going to be about prevention and to help do some of this capacity building and professional development so that districts don't find themselves there in trouble, if you will. But all the language around the Collaborative, even in the statute, as well as the conversations that we've had, continues along the same line. It's about continuous improvement. So I understand that people have lived through a very difficult system for many, many years now, and it's going to take us some time to help them understand that's not our intention going forward. But that's the entity that's supposed to be doing it.
And it will take time, and I'm just encouraging more open communication about that, about how the Collaborative will work, and about how referrals will be made, and about what steps are going to actually take place. Because I think people are concerned still, and the Collaborative is new, and they don't know what that would mean. That's just communication.
Okay. Public comment.
We have 15 speakers on this item. The first 3, if you want to step up, Samantha Tran, Patty Scripter from PTA, and Shelley Spiegel-Coleman.
Good afternoon. Samantha Tran with Children Now. We're really appreciative of the board's direction and staff around some of these conceptual issues that we've all been struggling with around the accountability system and the evaluation rubric. In particular, this idea around how we link data to actually support improving practice at the local level, and then thinking about the performance and improvement expectations has been an area that we've been really focused on and care a lot about. We also know that the board has a ton of decisions to make. I mean, you've talked about them at length today and how this is all going to come together. Our staff, we pulled together a couple of quick questions that we're still struggling with, and we know a lot of different stakeholders are struggling with, that complement the letter that we sent you. Because as we've been talking, I know that there's what are the key decision points that the board's going to have to make moving into next year when we adopt the evaluation rubric and think about the larger accountability framework. So want to continue talking on that front and having conversations. In addition, because of the moment in time we're at around the data issues, I think it's worth highlighting a couple of areas that we've been focused on. In particular, around student mobility. In the guiding principles, there was some conversation about testing the assumption that kids stay at the same school for a long period of time. This is a highly true issue, a key issue for foster youth in particular, who are highly mobile, and so really thinking about that as we're building these systems. In addition, there was a finding in some of the background documents around how a lot of the metrics are really geared towards the end of the system, and the research just shows that those early interventions are so much more powerful in terms of stemming the tide of student success and making sure that they're on track. And so in particular, we'd lift up, there's a lot of work happening around kindergarten readiness observations to see how kids are doing, doing to identify their needs and provide them support. In addition, we talked earlier about chronic absenteeism, knowing that there was actually a recent study that talked about 80% of kids who are chronically absent are more likely not to be reading at grade level, at third grade. So we just hope that that will be a continued area of focus as you all pull these systems together. Thank you.
Come off, yes.
Good afternoon, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. Along with others, we really appreciate the direction and what we've learned in the last few weeks with the information that's come out through both the agenda and the input session. We think the extension is really working to our favor, and we're doing great work on behalf of students and schools. And we're really encouraged by the amount of commitment to an idea that, and the agreement that there is about the direction we should be going. We appreciate the identification in the table 1 and attachment 1 that there are gaps, and one of the gaps is around parent engagement metrics. We believe parent engagement is clearly measurable, actionable, and meaningful, and it is identified as a state priority. We shared again with you, we recognize there's new board members, the research on the standards for parent-family engagement at schools. It's in your baskets, and that's based on the research of Joyce Epstein at Johns Hopkins, and Henderson, Dr. Ann Henderson at the Annenberg Institute of Reform, and Dr. Karen Mapp at Harvard. And we think it's critical that the LCAP and the accountability system include these or similar research-based standards and metrics. We also think there need to be additional key indicators around early childhood, elementary, and middle school, that there's a lack there, and we look forward to working to develop those and amplify the things that are working in schools. And we really appreciate the call for transparency. Parents need accessible information. We're capable of it. We've moved from a report card that was ABC into many more indicators and much more information, and we think that that's the direction we should continue to work. We believe accountability should be more than a single number. That's easy, but parents are capable of more, and we want more, so we appreciate to collaborate working on that going forward. Thanks.
As Shelley comes up, if we could have everyone line up in the interest of time. After Shelley's Annie Lee, Taryn Ishida, Andrea Ball, Brian Rivas, Sandy Mendoza, Ann Fox, Eric Premack, Brian Lee, Alejandro Sandoval, Terry Burns, Jessica Sacco, Liz Gillen, and David Sapp.
Good afternoon, everybody. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman. I'm here representing Californians Together in the California Association for Bilingual Education. I want to speak to 2 items. One is we are very pleased that one of the design principles that the board adopted was equity. But we would like to suggest that we need to make that principle more visible in the metrics as well as the accountability system. And the other issue is that all metrics, one size of metrics doesn't fit all schools and all students. And so we do think that key indicators may differ when you have a school that's highly impacted with one subgroup and another school district isn't. And so looking at some of these indicators could be key, such as language proficiency. We think that's a key indicator, not an associated indicator, especially districts that are highly impacted. But the visibility of equity, one that you all had a wonderful conversation on towards the end of attachment 3, the issue of the gap, the conversation of the gap. For us, when we compute the gap issue, and we think there should be a metric around this, we look at, for instance, if we're looking at low-income students, then we look at the gap is between low-income students and kids who aren't low-income. If you take a gap of low-income students and you compare it to all, the low-income students are in that all. And so that masks the real gap that exists between the two groups. English learners are another one. You English learners versus kids who are not English learners. If you put English learners in the all group and you compute that as the gap, you mask the actual gap of the two groups. And so we want you to take a look at that. We think there should be a metrics looking at shrinking the gap and the disparities that are in the district if we're really to make the equity principle design that you adopted visible. And then we'd like you to really reconsider, look at the key indicators, especially those relevant to some of the subgroups. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Lee, and I'm from the National Center for Youth Law. I want to echo a lot of what some members of the board here and Shelley has said about equity. We really believe that the new accountability system, including the evaluation rubrics, need to close the gap facing foster youth. And if you don't have equity as a third dimension that complements outcomes and improvements, you can mask the disparities that we've been talking about. And so foster youth, given their relative size, even though they have really bleak outcomes, they can disappear and remain invisible in our schools, and you wouldn't be able to see the achievement, attendance, and discipline gaps that they're facing. Additionally, we hope that the rubrics include specific foster youth metrics. Samantha Tran from Children Now talked about it. We need an actual school stability indicator. We're happy to see that school stability is mentioned in the practice standards, but to actually measure that would be incredibly helpful. Also, the current rubric suggests calculating and reporting growth data using a 3-year average. There might be some limitations in what foster youth data is available prior to the adoption of LCFF, so we recommend that districts use a 1-year growth rate for foster youth data until 3 years of data is available. We don't want the fact that there might not be foster youth data available to be an excuse to not have that in the rubrics. I also have some comments about the normative phrases and classifications in this rubric. So we're not quite sure when triggers are met for technical assistance and intervention, if it's just when a district is in concern or concern and issue. Additionally, we're concerned that the average distribution is too large. It includes 25 to 75% of distribution. And so that type of range doesn't encourage continuous improvement, but rather allows LEAs to maintain the status quo.
Time.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Taryn Ishida. I'm the Executive Director of Californians for Justice. Just want to appreciate all the good work Wested has put to give us something much more concrete this time, agreed, and appreciate the really thoughtful discussion on closing gaps that folks have had. Echo a lot of the comments before me, and I just want to highlight 2 important things. One thing is just kind of a warning that a lot of folks locally have been noticing in conversations around LCFF. Because the emphasis on low-income students, which is 4 million of our 6 million students, has become so prevalent in LCFF, we've almost kind of forgotten about other disparities like foster youth, like racial disparities and gender disparities. On the ground, I think it's just easier to talk about income than talking about real hard truths around racial disparities. So I just want to remind the State Board that you have an important voice in reminding local agencies that low income is not the same as race. It's critical. If you look at the graduation rate data that was presented, 75% graduation rates for low income students, but then you compare that to 68% for African American students. And then when you add gender onto that, that's 62%. That's an 18% difference that we're not seeing currently in the draft. So I just want to highlight that. And then the second point, which is really critical to a lot of the folks locally who we have done a good job of engaging. There's 100 parents and students that are coming out tonight to review their LCAPs. One thing really important is that we really need more parameters from the State Board around the locally defined metrics. So it doesn't end up becoming like a wild, wild west that you can't compare one district to the next, or an elementary district to a high school district. So our proposal, along with the coalition, was just to encourage the State Board to set like a menu of options of evidence-based and research-based metrics that districts can then select from. And we've already kind of put the hard work and given an example around parent engagement indicators. So it's just the second thing that I'd like to echo. Thanks.
Mr. President and members of the board, I'm Brian Rivas, speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. I want to thank Member Ortiz-Licon for comments earlier in your meeting about the Academic Performance Index. we agree that there ought to be a simple and easy to understand measure of school quality, not just for parents, but for anyone. I would argue anyone should be able to pick up the rubric that you all finally adopt and quickly see whether a school's performing and how well they're doing. Maybe that could be a broader version of the API as we knew it, or maybe some of the measures in the rubric could roll up into some of an overall indicator that affords many of the benefits that we had from the old API. I want to ask that you try to make equity a more prominent measure in any kind of overall assessment and not leave it to a drill down a drill down menu, or leave it to a secondary status that's not present in any kind of overall assessment of LEA performance. That could have a couple of negative effects. One is it suggests that it's not as important as other indicators, and two, we really want to avoid any kind of overall assessment that suggests that district or school performance is adequate if there are huge gaps for subgroups, or if subgroup gaps are widening. And then lastly, we have some concerns about rating district performance according to a normal distribution. We think that could have a negative effect on expectations. And we worry that that would signal to the field that you are setting a standard which is just outperform the average. We would rather see you set a high standard that's achievable and then tailor the interventions and supports and monitor progress for everybody in meeting them. So thank you very much.
Yes, hello, my name is Sandy Mendoza, and I'm with Families and Schools, and I echo what everyone else has earlier just said, but I just want to emphasize for us being that we would like to see, again, uniform standards for parent engagement across the state, but also at the local level to make sure that whatever is defined as metrics does have local input, so it's not decided just by the district on their own, so it doesn't become a real crazy thing for parents to figure out how that matters to them. And then also that parent engagement not be an associated indicator, but really be up there along with equity as a key indicator, because it is part and parcel of what school partnerships and parents indicate, and we want to make sure that that is supported at a higher level than just embedded in the document. And also, we like to see and support the early indicators for early education, because if we want to see a systems change, it has to start at the beginning and not something that has to be dealt with later on. And finally, we like to see some meaningful communication around the state, because if that survey is accurate, a lot of people don't know what's going on here, and I think we need to get that fixed somehow to promote what's changing here, what the good work that you're all doing, and how parents can really play a role in that, and especially around the LCAP. So I think somehow there has to be a better messaging and better communication process coming out of this, so that the changes that we're looking at is addressed, not just in a pilot way, but a systemic way. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Lee with Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Mission Readiness, and Ready Nation. Really appreciate the progress that's been made. I wanted to make a few points. First, in terms of the categories, it's great to have a set number of categories, but we're concerned that we should create a distinct category for on-track early indicators. Right now, it's kind of divided. If you're under graduation, if you're attendance, chronic absence, suspension, dropouts, you're under career and college readiness if you're third grade reading, eighth grade math, climate surveys, English language proficiency. It doesn't make a lot of sense. A lot of those kind of cross over. This is important because the board has kind of said throughout, we're worried this shouldn't all be about high school. It should be about elementary and middle. So we have to keep them in their own place so they aren't diluted. If they're next to graduation rates, the graduation rates is 50%, they're going to get very little focus in that one indicator. Secondly, it avoids arbitrary distinctions. Even in the research memo from the staff in June, they said early assessment is both college and career readiness and graduation. Data we gave you on suspension, research recently shows both college readiness and suspension. Attendance in July was under college and career readiness, now it's under graduation. So avoid the arbitrary distinctions and just have one on-track indicator. On-track category. In terms of the key indicators, it's really good to narrow it down to a few, but I think there's room for improvement here as well. Suspension, chronic absence have great research involved. On the other hand, they put average daily attendance, and in the June memo, actually, I didn't see anything about average daily attendance. It was about chronic absence. And there's no data available by subgroup on attendance, on average daily attendance. So I think we could do a better job on that. We could also divide CT pathways in A through G, which are very different, and not just have a combined OR category. Finally, if you have an on-track indicator category, I'd recommend putting graduation and college and career together, not separate. They may not be that related, but the key of these indicators and these categories is to capture expectations.
Time.
That's what's defined, and that's our expectation of our system.
Good afternoon, President Kearse, members of the board. My name is Alejandro Navarro with AdVoice, and we just wanted to make sure you guys got a copy of our letter expressing our concern. As highlighted in our letter, we believe the work plan diminishes the importance of academic achievement as a gauge of equitable access for public education for every child in California, and as a key measure in evaluating the overall effectiveness of California's public education system. And we strongly urge the board to fill in the gaps identified in our letter. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. We're real concerned about kind of the fundamental direction that this approach is taking for the rubric. We're concerned about the effect that it might have on local control, and we recognize we're early in the exploration of it right now, but when I see words like practice standards and whatnot and talking about what folks, quote unquote, should be doing based on, quote unquote, the research, to me that's a fundamental signal that we have a potential threat to local control. Also very concerned about the practicality of this. If we're going to be setting all of these standards across all of these different indicators, across different subgroups, and if it takes a brilliant communicator like Janelle this long to explain one, imagine when you do that writ large across multiple indicators, for many of which we don't have that kind of data, I get very concerned. I get especially concerned when I see red light, green light, yellow light imposed on schools based on measures of central tendency, those sorts of things. Mike's analogy, I think, is a great one of having 1 foot in the boiling water and 1 foot on ice. Most of my schools are either one or the other or serve a bimodal population of both. And so in the charter sector, we're very concerned about that. I kind of wonder if we need to up periscope and back up a little bit here and think, are we biting off more than we can chew? And should we back up and think about a simpler rubric that just focuses on some real fundamental questions? Number one, did they set the goals, and are the goals relevant and aligned? Number two, are they reaching the goals? Bada bing. That alone will be very hard and a real challenge and enough for us to bite off. If we learned anything from yesterday's discussion of just looking at one charter school and trying to compare it to 3 or 4 nearby schools, imagine trying to do that writ large with 7,000 to 10,000. I think we're going down the wrong path, and I think we should up periscope. Thank you.
Afternoon, Terry Burns, California School Boards Association, and I appreciate all the time you've put in today, taking on all of these many issues. This comes from so many different directions. I think it's important to reemphasize the point made this morning that there is a lot of capacity building that's required here, a lot of systems development that has to happen. And the more that we think about this as a measure that's in progress rather than something that will be perfect on day one, I think we have to convey that message to the field. We agree with Ms. Tran at Children Now about the importance of paying some attention to mobility. Kids don't stay in one place. And also the early indicators. That's going to be key here. We don't want to be judged on kids, did they graduate, did they not? There's a lot of things that happens at the front end. We believe that the rubric, as talked about, has made great progress. We think it should have a comment section attached to it, as well as a demographic section, something that puts all of this in context, such that I know what type this district is when I'm looking at it, And I don't just say, wow, that district did terrible on attendance this year, without the ability for that district to say, oh, by the way, we had those big fires. Kids couldn't come to school. It may work great locally if you're comparing to the school next door, but if you're sitting in LA and want to compare it to a school in Lake County, you may not know those things happen. So we want the ability to say, here's what's happening here, that this metric wasn't our priority this year. See what we did over here. We went gangbusters. We held our own here at this one, but wow, that's where we focused our energy. So those kind of things can be put in context with a comment section. We also want to talk to you about the need to align all of the various reports in this system, the importance of being sure the definitions are consistent across the various reports that come together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Wanted to highlight the fact that we joined a large coalition of organizations, some of whom are here today, but some are not, who signed on to a letter to the board last Friday. And it has many recommendations in it. And I just want to highlight two of them. Before I do that, I do want to express our appreciation for all the hard work that has gone so far, not just for myself and Public Advocates, but we have been hearing that from some of our other allies in the coalition. And today's conversation was a very good one. One of our concerns is the structure of your policy statements about how you want to move forward. We're very concerned that the way they are structured now communicates that one of the objectives is simply to graduate students no matter what knowledge and skills they are getting. And we think that that avoids communicating that the real purpose of our schools is not just to simply graduate them, but to graduate them college and career ready. We have recommendations in our letter with specific language changes to change that, your policy statements to ensure that students are on track to graduate college and career ready at all different levels, and to graduate college and career ready, to separate those. Another point that I wanted to lift up from our letter is the concern that we have that you should be establishing standards that are aspirational yet achievable, and that are above the median level of performance, so that LEAs will really be spurred to improve their performance. We are concerned about this Lake Wobegon effect, where half of the districts are above average, plus or minus a quartile. So we think that the standards could be stronger. Thank you.
Good afternoon, David Sapp from the ACLU of California. I just want to again echo the praise and appreciation for the progress that we've made. I think the conceptual framework of what's been presented is really a tremendous step forward, and I think lays the foundation for moving in a really positive direction. We also sent on to the LCF Equity Coalition letter, and so I just want to focus in on one point made in that letter, which is the emphasis of the key indicators and the related indicators, that we are supportive of the overall framework, the idea of really identifying what are those key indicators, and then what's related to them, the idea being we want to help focus the inquiry, so this can be a useful tool to districts and to LEAs, so they can identify the areas where their strengths and weaknesses, and then be pointed to what those related indicators to start unpacking the why behind it. Because I think something that Janelle said is directly on point, which is that one data point doesn't tell the whole story. And so the idea is to help connect those indicators and really focus and connect through the overall program. But in developing these key indicators, we think it's critical to be very thoughtful so that we ensure that we're capturing the full range of grade spans, because we know, we've heard from several people already, including there was some discussion, too much emphasis on the late grades, and we know that there needs to be something that's capturing those early grades as well. So we just really think there needs to be some really hard work. We look forward to bringing forward some recommendations on that point. But I think the final point here is that data are not enough. data indicate that there's something going on, there could be 18,000 reasons why. And so we think the rubrics can be really critical and helpful as a tool to help explain and start unpacking and providing the capacity of districts to start answering those questions. And so in closing, I just want to point out one thing that I heard in the core presentation, which is that those districts have a PhD data person on staff. There are a whole lot of districts out there who will be using this tool who don't. And so as we design this instrument, I just think that it's a really great opportunity to provide that capacity to the field. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association, and also today Chris Rowe of CSLNet asked that I add his comments to my own. We want to thank the State Board and West Ed for allowing both of our organizations to participate in the discussions, not only here at the board, but also in the policy stakeholder meetings. So have been rich and valuable experiences, and we are grateful for that opportunity. This is an exciting time for education in California, as we all know, and with all these changes with accountability, state standards, we're committed to ensuring that we get these right for all of California's students. I want to really encourage the board to continue to think about how these evaluation rubrics support the state priorities, particularly around state priority number 2, which is the implementation of state standards. That priority is inclusive of all standards, including the next generation science standards adopted in 2013. Some areas where this can fit nicely is actually within the policy statement around college and career readiness. I've spoken with State Board staff, and it's not actually clear if there is a solid definition of what is meant by that when it's a part of the policy statement for the State Board of what college and career readiness is defined as or inclusive of. And I know there's many definitions. I would just encourage the board to really consider a broad definition that's inclusive of science and not only English and math. In addition, I'd like to add my voice to those who are really looking to find those early indicators or leading indicators at perhaps the K-8 level about how science is included, or how the early system is preparing students to be able to meet the metric that is A to G completion or successful CTE course pathway completion, or IB. Early science exposure, as has been mentioned by this board. You don't show up at high school ready for high school just to start learning at the high school level. You need that foundational at the beginning, and early science is an important part of that. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment. Are there any final comments that any board member wants to make after all of this that we've heard today? Board Member Lee-Cohn.
Yeah, I want to thank Shelley for bringing to our attention that we may be skewing our analysis of achievement gaps if we're comparing our students to themselves plus some friends. So I want to make sure that we keep that in mind. Also, I meant to say this, but got a little excited with the distribution. I also agree that we should be looking at early ed and what's happening early on, right? Maybe because I'm a mother of a kindergarten student and a preschool student, and I know that right now they're developing their habits of mind. They're also, their brain's developing, and this is really where we need to cultivate that so that they are ready to exit our system and be college and career ready. So I think that as much as we're inviting higher ed stakeholders to be part of the conversation, we also need to reach out to early ed so that they're also part of it and helping shape this. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, go ahead.
My only question is, I mean, it is a fully rich discussion and presentation. We had so much material, and I'm just wondering if it's a clear enough direction to Janelle and the team about components to continue to carry forward. I mean, you have a huge agenda ahead of you, but I thought, for example, that several components from each of our presentations were helpful in going forward, and that we ought to help inform our work from some of the work that CORE's done and some of the input that you're getting from stakeholder groups. So I don't know if this is the right time or whether you ought to ask us as we go forward, but certainly I'd like to not have it have been a great exercise and then it doesn't carry forward. So for example, some of the indicators at elementary, middle, besides high school, to me, I want to make sure, and I just want to reinforce that. We've heard it from a couple of us as well. Some issues of equity, some issues of the reclassification that came up seemed really helpful to me. I thought CORE had some interesting ways they almost had like an executive summary. And I've actually heard from some districts in LCAPs, because there's over 100 pages, that some districts have voluntarily had 2 or 3 page executive summary so people can understand the key points. And I thought that sample page from CORE actually had kind of an executive summary. It had some indicators, it had some arrows, it had some colors, it had some numbers. Whatever it is, I'm just wanting to make sure that from this meeting to November, we carry forward some key components that may be important as the board's heard that. So those are just some quick things. I liked some issues, the words like issue and concern and acceptable. I thought that was helpful. It wasn't too harsh, but it basically said, here's an issue, here's a concern. And I thought the demographic section of like, so what is this district about? Or this school about? That helps you when you're looking up schools to know that. So just some key points, and my guess is my colleagues may have some other ones. And then the last piece is, I thought the N size that the CORE brought up about a small enough group, I thought that was pretty relevant to get it below 100. So there may be, you got little small districts, little small schools, and in the N size, that's still a significant. So that was my running some of my list. And just before we end, I know we've got some flights to catch and it's been a long morning, but I just thought maybe we could put some things on the table that help give direction going forward for the November meeting. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for that, and it looks like the board is adjourned, and we will meet in November. Yeah.